We are a go, ladies and gents. Moto number one hits the track for block number one and the easiest 6 and unders. Battling it out into turn number one. Jump Club S&M Source on the inside, that's Rupert Garnett on the 346. He's under all sorts of pressure though from the 630. That is Maxim Kazoziak doing it for the Brunty crew. One rider's looking on the inside, Milo Gehring on the 198, tried to dive underneath the 2 race leaders. Look at the elbows that are flying down the 3rd straight. Gehring looking to take advantage and squeeze out a top 2 spot. High-low in the final corner. Bluntwood going at it down the final straight. Kazoziak now elbow to elbow with the rider out of decoy. He's gonna be Garnett out front, picking the first race win up of the day. Race number 2, second rack of the 6 and unders. BMX Hype on track. Late to the gate podcast, it is Ellis Dowsing leading this one out on the 460 plate. Who's in there with him? We've got Lenny Holiday, Milo Ryder Bays, Tate Brocky Cox, Grace Snell and Adeline Wilson. That is the 384 in there in the 2 spots. Tate Brocky Cox out of Hackney BMX, Braintree BMX inside the top 3, Milo Ryder Bays on the 203 plate. That's how your front 3 are down the final straight. Grace Snell in this one, in there in 4th, doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross, along with Bradford's Lenny Holiday in there for 5. 7-year-olds on track, Zucchina, Taylor, Burr, Gray, Cox, Russell and Dites all charging in and back out of that second turn. Looks like Rusting Up Racing leading this one through. Jensen Dite on the 277 plate, the 490 in there chasing him. That is Parker Gray doing it for Cardiff BMX Club. Bristol have got a rider inside the top 3, that is Leon Zucchina on the 491. But the front 2 riders have run away with moto number 3. But your race winner Jensen Dite for Rusting Up Racing. Cardiff BMX in race number 4, that's got to be Albie Howe on the 885 plate. He's looking to find a way around Preston's Owen Wheater on the 456. It is Wheater then charging down the 3rd straight with the race lead. The rider inside the top 3 is the 033 plate. That's Oliver Savage out of Gosport BMX Club. Bristol are inside the top 4. Down the final straight, Isaac Book running out the top 4 spots then. But it's all about Preston out front in that moto. 7-year-old boys still out on track. Your British champ leading this one out, Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Jack Byrne, Decoy BMX, Bronte crew in there in the 2 spot. Alejandro Crudo Estevez on the 142 plate. He's being chased down though. That looks like a Telford Flyers jersey as they take it down the 3rd straight. Milo Fox bombed on the 166. Nottingham Outlaws got a rider inside the top 4. Stanley Lockwood on the 877 plate, bringing it down the final straight. He's going to round out the top 4 spots as race 6 goes in and out of that first corner. Got to be Allen's Factory Supercross. Luke Barron on the 509, the 953 in there in the 2 spot. That's Freddie Mitchell-Moore doing it for Green Machine. Who's in there in 3, the 630 plate of Billy Late, doing it for Exeter Eagles. The moves coming though from the rider in 4. High-low in that second corner to go from 4 to 3. He's putting the race on. That's the 235 and Ruben Sparrowhawk out of Bournemouth BMX. Oh, the move came in the final turn though. That was Alfie Baglin out of Bruntwood. Went from 5 to 4. Just shuffled the rider out of Bournemouth back. Sparrowhawk's going to have to settle for 5 as Bruntwood come through to pick up the top 4 spots. Retro Racing on track, race number 7. In and out of that second turn. Noah Kerr on the 664 doing it for Andover. These are your 7-year-old girls, the 980 plate in there in 2. That is Alice Laurie out of the mid-lanks. She's being chased down into the final corner. That looked like Billy Sawyer out of that final turn, then Sawyer going to round out the top 3 spots. Edie Steele in there for that 4th spot, and the rider in 5 is Opal Jones out of Rusting Up Racing. Race 8 on track, then your British champ leads this one out. Peony Ford, Braintree BMX Club, Ice Bikes in there, chasing her down. Amaria Gibson on the 139 plate. The front 2 ladies have run away with this moto as it stands. Who's bringing it on through in 3, 4 and 5? That's the 275. Erin Thorrows out of the Hawk. She's being chased by the 777 plate of Molly Cairns out of Merton. And in there for 5, that is Andover's Lenny Goddard on the 446, but he's going to be a British champ picking up a moto win to start off her day. Fluent Bicycle Motocross and Rab Racing, that's your 1 and 2. in the first moto for the 8-year-old boys of round number 2. Reactive Racing in there as well. That is Harry Powell rounding out the top 3 spots at the moment, doing it on the 327 plate. Who's in for 4? That is Telford's Rafe Edmonds on the 593, heading into the final corner. Lou and Jamira sticking moves on in the final corner to send Rab Racing to the front of the pack, but Fluent's not done yet, bringing it right the way down to the line. Isaac Tomlinson looked like he might have just nicked it back off of Lewin at the line. That one was a photo finish. Race 10, Kinge, Thorne, Hill, Slater, Ons, State, Jocelyn Black and Gregory all on track. The 818 of Sandis Orns out of Norwich Flies, he's going 1 and 2 with the 299 plate. Arthur Kinge doing it for Gosport National Race Team. Crank BMX Coaching got a rider inside the top 3. That is Mr. Slater doing it for Preston Pirates. He's going to round out them top 3 spots as he brings it down to the line, and that looked like it was the 675 of Nico Jocelyn Black in 4. Put your hands together for Jacob Taylor, ladies and gents, as he makes his way off track. Race 11, more 8-year-old boys putting in the action down this first straight. One rider hits the deck. Let's hope that they're all right. Your race leader, though, got to be Oliver Bridle, repping that fist kit, bringing it through the second straight. He's going 1 and 2 with the 393 of Shelby Yates. Who's the rider picking up the 3 spot? Looks like that could be Charlie Bromlow, I think it was, on the 163, doing it for Preston Pirates, just working his way around the outside of the YouTube sensation, Shelby Yates. And it sounds like it's Charlie's birthday tomorrow, so he's just giving himself an early birthday present, picking up second in that moto. Congratulations to Charlie, and happy birthday. The fallen rider was Alexander French. Put your hands together for Alexander, he's up to his feet. Race 12 then, hitting turn number 1. Who's on the inside? Looks like Leon Kazoziak doing it for the Brunty crew. He's leading the pack. That's got to be Roberts Catskins in there in 2 on the 290 plate. Who's picking up 3 as they're heading towards that second turn. That looked like John Joe Blundell, I think. But out front, Kazoziak taking it to him. The 4 spot is the 100 plate of Soren Rock Hatfield, Jump Club S&M Source. But out front, Kazoziak, Catkins, that's going to be your 1 and 2.
Right, moving on to race 13, the 9-year-old girls, there's some 8-year-olds in there as well, including my little mate, Hattie McGoldrick. I got in trouble because I didn't commentate Hattie's motos yesterday. She wasn't very happy. So we're remedying that right now. Millie Moore, Lottie Arnold, Isabella Henry, Izzy Moore, Ola Jewis, Maisie Miller in there as well. That looks like Millie Moore leading it in and out of that final turn. Tatiana Pahon in there in 4, Olive Jewis in that second spot. Not sure who's going to pick up that third. Hattie's going to take the 4. Lottie Arnold in there for 5. It was Bella Henry who took that third spot. Race 14. Verity Kay in this one. She took a tumble yesterday. Good to see she's back up and on the bike. Esme Anderson, Kylie Dixon, Erin Doney, Flick Brentnall, Freya Forrest, all in moto number 9 as they cross the line. It went to Esme from Flick, Freya in there in 3, and Verity coming out with a top 4. Race 15, Polly Jean Bolger. We got asked to do a shout out for Polly yesterday and we didn't manage to get it done. So she's having one right now in the middle of a moto. Matilda Hewitt, Sophia Reeves, Abigail Henning, Mabel Pine, Freya Critchley and Madeline Malloy. As they go in and out of the turn, Matilda under a little bit of pressure now from Mabel as they come to the stripe. Matilda's going to hold on and take it. Abigail Henning, Special Bearings Ahoy, taking the 3. As we watch Maggie Devine leading out Moto 16, Susie Wyatt in there, Luciana Pins and Baron, Manon Fleur, Corbett Jones, Sophia Jones and Evie Farrington Bell. But it's the Mabel rider, Maggie Devine, out in front. 480. That is Susie Wyatt, Reactive Racing in there in 2. Luciana's taking the 3. Can we have Paul Taylor down to the first aid point of the finish line? Oh my word. Paul Taylor, I think that was Jacob's dad, just down to the first aid points at the finish line, please. Okay, we're just going to look after Cosimo. He's walking it off with a gangster limp. Look at that. Well done, Cosimo. Good lad. Right, let's have a look. We have got my little mate Oscar rather fast. He had a bit of a tumble yesterday in the semi-final going around that final corner. He's been home, he's stuck Velcro on his tyres, and he's back for more today. So in and out the final turn. Oscar Rutherford in there in 1, Walsgrove in 2, Arlo Payne in 3. And it was Jude Shearer rounding out the 4 as we look at Charlie Crossley, I think it is. No, it's not, it's Connor Grant. Brain's not working properly this morning. Sorry, Connor. He's in there in 1. Jack Hale going through in 2, the 792. That belongs to Elliot Goodall out of Cumbernauld. He's in there in 3 as Connor takes it to the line. Manchester BMX Club in there in 4. Is it Manchester? No, it's not. So just go on, just start again. Honestly, it was a long day yesterday. I'm 2 coffees deep and my brain is still not working. As we watch Logan Aceto on that bright orange bike that stands out a mile. We like that. We do like it. He's in there in 1. Got a bit of pressure as he comes to the line. Is he going to hold it? No, Joseph Claydon nicking it at the line. Petter Bunchik in there in 3. Tommy Weatherly in 4. Race 22. We've got the 0-1 and the 4-1-2. Rudy Pleasance Ford and Archie Fisher. Archie in 1, Rudy in 2. Brunwood's Cooper Crowley going through in 3. That looks like Mr. Atlas Lewis Field rounding out the top 4 with Cameron Joseph in 5. Race 22. More 9-year-old boys. Augustus Bartolini. That's a great name, isn't it? Augustus Bartolini. He sounds like a film star. He sounds like he should be in Gladiator. Oakley Ryder Bays, Finley Kerr, Edward Baldwin, Vincent Olivier, Albie Blight, Charlie Crossley and Teddy Gorman all going across the line as Mr. Oakley Hill passes mate. Do you know what? He didn't share his chips at Ronnie Wood's birthday party. Do you know that? Didn't share his chips with me. Still not forgiving him for it. But he's out in front, that's absolutely fine. Callum Wood's in there as well. Seth Robinson doing it for the Brunty Massive. Harley Laker, Joseph O'Brien, Oscar Lee, Lewis Rothwell. Where's Lewis? He's in there somewhere. He's got his other kit on today. That's race 24 on track. 7:30 having a bit of an issue. Khan Guren. Oscar Marco having a roll round on the floor. As Big Hens steps it up into a 15 bike length lead over Seb Perry. Is Oscar all right? I think he is. Yep, he's okay. Right, carry on, Lewis. Just while I wake up. I'm still not awake either. Is it on? 1, 2? Yeah.
Straight back into the action then with the 10-year-old boys charging down the first straight. Dominic Zapanos on the inside for Hot Shot Racing. Looks like the Outlaws have got a rider inside the top three as they take it into turn number one. That was Edwin Calburn. Calburn's in there in three, chasing down the 19 plate of Leo Brits, doing it for MK Evolution. That is Reactive Racing in there as well. Noah Northcott on the 12 plate, chasing down the rider out of MK into the final turn. Calburn just been shuffled back a couple of places as Rustin at Racing's Elliot Hatch works his way into a top four spots to take it across the line. Race 26 out on track. Lawson Hitchings in this one. He's in there at 5 at the moment, chasing down the rider out of Team Air. That is Arthur Mason on the 17 plate. The move came in the turn. Mason just shuffled back a spot but came back charging down the third straight, worked his way back into that fourth spot in behind the 14, Alfie Thorne. He's going to round out the top three spots. Looks like Christian Garbashik into Fluent Basketball Motocrossers. Jake Avis taking the race win. Derby BMX Club out on track. Alex Vitols. Smooth as you like through that second straight, going airborne into that second turn. The Hawks in there as well. That's Joe Pritchard on the 29 plate. MK in there in 3. That is Charlie Blakeburn on the 11 plate. Bristol Jet's got a rider inside the top 4. That is the 225, Joey Fraser. The 682 looked up the inside of that final turn. That was James Todd. Didn't dive underneath though. He's going to try and drag race down the final straight for Hackney. He's going to have to settle for 5 as Bristol hang on to the 4. Antek Perebny out on track. He crashed yesterday in his final, did Antek. Good to see him back on track though. Flying through that third straight at the moment. Your world number 3, of course.
I'm going to chip in with a comment, Lewis. I've just had a message through from Robert Cardosa and Jane Windle, who are watching in Arizona of all places. It's like 2:30 in the morning there, and they're sat watching the stream right now.
That's real commitment. That is real commitment.
And do you want another piece of trivia as well?
Go on then.
Robert was one of the bike riders in the film E.T.
E.T.?
E.T., yeah.
Oh, okay.
With Bob Harrow and various others.
Oh.
There you go.
The things that you should know, eh?
Random Sunday morning trivia. E.T. phone home, or as it is now, E.T. WhatsApp home. Glad you're watching, guys. Enjoy the show.
I've completely missed that race now. Completely missed that one. Right, 10-year-old girls on track. That looks like Bradford's Maisie Dyson. National number 4 from last year. Allen's Factory Supercross inside the top 3. Alice Barron. Chasing down Fluent Bicycle Motocrossers. Lauren Snell on the 3 plate. So the 4 and 3 from last year, going 1 and 2 at the moment. In and out of that final turn, they're running away with this moto down the last straight. It is going to be Bradford picking up that race win though. The Northeast on track. These are your 11-year-old boys. The 8 plate in there in the 2 spot. Seth Kacharik took it through to an A final yesterday, I believe. He's in there behind Jesse Rose at the moment, doing it for the Northeast. Kacharik around the outside, going to make that move stick. The 16 in there in 3. Aston John Lee doing it for A-Star Racing. They've got a Saturday and Sunday kit. As has Radco Racing out front. Going to pick up that race win is Seth Kacharik. 1 on the bike, got to be Mr. Shaw. Pro Star BMX leading it into turn number 2. Mongoose BMX, that is Tobias Groves in there in 3. He's being chased down by the 9 plate of Arthur Donaldson, doing it for Green Machine. But your British champ in there in the 2 spot, that is Charlie Dowson, BMX Hype. But your race winner going to be Ethan Shaw. Race 33, Tramontano, Haynes, Torora, Chapman Davies, Kellum, Staines and Duffield. LCC BMX on track, leading this one through. Had a very successful day yesterday, did LCC. I've seen the race report this morning. Didn't get a chance to read the whole way through though, someone started talking to me, but congratulations to LCC. Jack Haynes flying down the last straight, Seb Staines in there in that 2 spot. Having an absolutely superb weekend for Derby BMX Club. He's going to take the 2 on the line. Fluid Bicycle Motocross, 10 on the plate, leading out the next moto. Jack Kitchen looking good, going 1 and 2 with the Rex Ford, doing it for Halo Wheels Race Team. Them 2 guys running away with the moto at the moment. Looks like the 14 is in there in 3. Joseph Dewis doing it for Fast Signatures. The 25 in 4, that is Charlie Sheriff out of Derby BMX. But Rex Ford putting the pressure on down the last straight, looking for a drag race down to the line. Going to be Kitching, Ford in that order. Race number 35 hits the track. That looks like Aidan Baptiste has been shot out of a cannon, headed for turn number 1. 15 on the front of the bike. He's going to lead this one out. Who's in there with him? Looking like we've got, I think that was Gosport NRT. Yes, it is, on the 41 plate, Rory Smith. He's being chased into turn number 2. That is MCR. Picking it up, Jacob Russell on the 24 plate, inside the top 3. BRE Racing in the mix as well. William Arnold, he's being chased down by the 38 of Oscar Ryder Bays. Otto Watworth Randall, also in this moto, along with Blake Melia. But your race winner, Aidan Baptiste, taking charge of race at number 35. Sorted race gear on track then, the W8. Got to be Thomas Giles leading in towards that second corner. Who's in there with him? Looking like Alexi Carlos. On the 27 plate, who's in there in 3? MCR, that is Dougie Johnson. Here comes the move though from the 12. Ollie Bird, Allen's Factory, getting involved inside the top 4. He's just been shuffled back though as the move came in the turn. Carlos going to hang on to the 2 spot. He's not done yet. Bird pushing all the way to the line. Didn't quite pick up the 3 spots.
Right, race 37, Holly Bishop, Florence Dyson. Yeah, Bradford. Ooh, somebody's got a really rattly bike out there. Don't know what's going on. Eliza Powell in there in 3, doing it for Crank BMX. Astar Racing on the 8 plate. That's going to be Rosie Geddes in and out of that final turn as Holly brings it down towards the line. Fluent are in there as well. That'll be Molly Tomlinson inside the top 5. Moving on, race 38. Out in front. Out of Manchester, that's going to be Agnes Lamb. Emma Dean's in there, Gabriella Malloy, Robin Wyatt, Ruby Evans, Abby Graham, and Roxy Rowlands. Roxy in there in 4, doing it for Mabel. I haven't heard how Leo is. I hope he's all right. But Agnes bringing it to the line. I think it might be Abby in there in 2. Yeah, Emma Dean in 3, Roxy rounding out the top 4. 12-year-old boys, race 39, Oscar Hall in this one for Manchester. That is Edward Cordery in there in 3. Newly mounted on the Halo Wheels team for this year. As they head down towards the line. Is Edward going to get the 3? He's going to have to settle for it. Preston Newmarsh Powell taking the win from Isaac Moore, Otto Parr. Rounding out the 4 with Ted Malkin in the 5. Rex Beasley doing it for Stay Strong. Lucas Tawalde in this one. Neil Grandens. The 12 is Kylan Gordon. Tempo UK. So used to seeing him riding a Krupi, it's a bit weird seeing him on a different bike. That might be Rex Beasley in there in 2. Who's going to pick up the 3 was Sebastian Hewitt from Lucas Tawalde. Xander Cartledge rounding out the 5. Race 41, Todd Anderson, Rob Shearing, Coates Bradley, Ronnie Wood in this one as well. The Land Shark doing it for LCC. In there in 2. Got a bit of work to do to catch Jacob Anderson. Leo Bradley, Rusty Nut Racing, in there in 3. And Ollie Todd taking the 4. Race 42, Hugo Dayton out in front. His dad's had a camping disaster this morning while putting the tent away. I heard that story earlier on. Teddy Jones literally right on his back wheel. That looked like the rider out of Peckham. I think it was Benjamin Gray in there in 3. Sam Snell, Tom Henning. As we move on, that is Mr. Connor Hemphill out in front. In there in 1, we've got the Bruntwood rider going through in 3. Be handy if I could turn my pages. Finley Hewitt. Doing it for the Brunty Massive. Freddie Ray Orland in there as well, taking the 2. Finley in 3, Jack in 4, but it was Connor out in front. Next up, this looks like Finn Munro in the DFS jersey via allensbmx.com. Leading it into the final corner. Oliver Riches looking good in 2. Mum's usually at home watching the live stream. If she is, good morning, Mrs. Riches. Ted Harvey and a Wilson Eaton. Race 45, the 14, the 9 and the 26. Arthur Claydon Where's Benny Jackson? It took Benny 3 motos to wake up yesterday. I don't know what was going on there. He's there in 2 this time around, so he's had a better start to the day. The answer is more coffee, Benny, more coffee. Mabel coming through, trying to steal that 3, Joseph McAvoy. And he got it done. 12-year-old girls. Bonnie Dudley out in front. Rachel Pritchard doing it for the Hawks. Shout out Scott Dick, Darcy Payne in there in 3. I think that's Holly Richardson in there in 4, doing it for CGR as Bonnie takes it to the line. As we look at the Pro Start rider going past, that will be Betty Wills. Where's Maisie Egan? In there in 4th, doing it for the Hard Knocks Massive. Freya Monforte sorted race gear. In that second spot, that'll be Trixie Trays in there in 3. Izzy Dolan's in, April Wood as well. Aria Rosalie for Astar Racing. As we move on to race number 48, Grace Hudak scrapping away with Amelia Rowe. Those 2 young ladies going 1 and 2. That's going to be the Manchester rider Ellie Beat in there in 3. Ellie quietly goes about her business. She's there or thereabouts all the time. Constantly making those little improvements. India Bennett doing it for the Irish Massive via Bangor City BMX Club. Shout out Bangor City BMX.
13, 14-year-old cruisers on a track. Leighton Hard in DC Cycles, national champion from last year. Going to lead it in and out of the final turn. Oliver Arnold in there in 2. Charlie Cotton inside the top 3. Repping the sorted race gear colours, that's how they're taking it over the line. Benedict Marco on track in race number 50. He's going 1 and 2 with Adam Arnold through that second straight. The 16 plate of Hunter Mallion in there inside the top 3. Fast Signature's got a rider in 4. That is Harry Swales bringing it through the third straight at the moment. Who's in the 5? That is the 24 of Alfie Ford doing it for the Hawks. But Marco out front looking good. He's absolutely flying this weekend. More 13, 14-year-old cruisers. Stoneman, Brownson, Livingston, Markley, Murphy, Sheffy and Hall. Huey Hall in this one. On the 4 plate, working his way. On the inside, trying to go from 3 to 2, and I think he's made it stick. Just shuffling the 6 of Louis Sheffy back to that 3 spot, then into bringing it into the final corner. Your race leader though. Bodie Markley that is. Out front for Savage Racing. He's going to take the race win. 15, 16 cruisers, world number 3 on track. Couple of riders hit the deck. Samuel Wood was one of them. Bruce Anthony was the other. Let's hope that both riders are all right. Put your hands together for Bruce. As James Cottrell picks up a race win. Looks like Bruce has lost his chain. Put your hands together for Samuel Wood, ladies and gents. Right, race number 53 hits the track. That is Evolved Bicycle Motocross heading into turn number 1. He's been doing some serious winter training by the looks of things. Alfie Sim absolutely charging through that second straight. Who's in there behind him? It looks like Allen's Factory. Todd Smith-Notman looking to chase Sim on the exit of turn number 2. Who's in 3? That's the 14 plate. Addison Milburn out of Exeter. Isaac Caulfield doing it from MCR. He's in there in 4, chasing him through the final straight. Milburn just shuffled back 1 spot as Caulfield takes the 3. Team A leading out race number 54 has to be Newton Hindley, a former world finalist aboard his big wheel bike. Who's in there behind him looking to chase him through? Looks like we've got Hard Knocks Bike coaching in there in 3. Got to be Freddie Warwork. That is Lucas Smith though out of Peterborough Phantoms inside the top 2. Chasing Hindley through the final straight. Hindley, Smith, Warwork 1, 2, 3. The 17 plate of Max Surridge in 4. It got all sorts of busy inside turn number 1. Cooper McCrum said thank you very much and nicked that 3 spot as he entered that second straight, and he's looking to dive up the inside in turn number 2. Walford leading them through. Then who's in there behind him? Got to be the 13 plate. That is Ben Millington heading into the final corner. McCrum's in there for 3. Who's in the 4 as they take it to the line? Looking like that is Adam Stevenson out of Tempo BMX. Robin Matten Alonso in at 5. 17, 29-year-old cruisers on track. Dan Wilson got second yesterday, picked up a couple of podiums last weekend in Teal. Looking good in those Sunday colours for Rab Racing. Chasing him down and looking like that could be fast signatures in 3, but Moto 1. Tom Millar in there for 2. Another team that's got a Sunday race kit. 4 on the bike. Josh Cates leading out the next moto, going 1 and 2 with the 12 of Pete Watson. Rocky O'Brien in there for 3. Retro Racing inside the top 4. That is Jack Merritt on the 15 plate. He's being chased down through the 3rd straight. That is Evolved Bicycle Motocrossers. Alexander Stokes looking to pick up a top 4 spot on the exit of turn number 3. But it is all out front with Cates and Watson 1 and 2. Riders in the pens for the next round of racing, please, ladies and gents. Riders in the pens for the next round of racing, your 6 and unders, 7s and 8s. You guys need to be making your way to the pens, please. Thank you. Charlie Roy chasing down Alex Brooks, will race at number 58. The 2X on the bike, got to be Stanley Palmer. Sorry, Stan, you weren't on the race sheets, that's what confused me. Luke Davis Hayes leading out his next moto. CGR at the front of the pack, DC Cycles in there behind him. Connor Blythe, Jason Daly in there for the 3 spot. That looks like it could be Mr. Whittaker, yes it is. Tom Whittaker in there in 4, being chased down the final straight. Matt McHugh looking for a top 4 spot, didn't quite get close enough, he'll go through in 5. Race 60 hits turn number 1. Luca Manzi, DC Cycles leading this one out on S1 in there in the 2 spot. So Smiles as he went down that second straight then. Who's in there in 3? Looks like we've got Zach Green in the mix. Looking good for a podium spot at the moment. He's got Max Henderson right there behind him, heading into the final corner. Henderson looking for a move. Just going to chill his way through that final straight. Esselmont, Blythe, Manzi, sorry, 1 and 2. Yeah, they were laughing as they came down the second straight. Never known such a relaxed second straight on a race.
30 to 39 Cruiser, Jones, Lillingston, Hudson, Popel and Agro Aliadzans in there as well. In that 4th spot, I think, on the 6th plate, Dan Popel leading it through. John Lillingston in there in that 2nd spot. Sunday kit for Moto 1. So what do we think about Sunday kits then, Lewis? Are we a fan or not? Or should we just have 1 kit for everybody? Make it a rule. It's tough. I don't know. I like it and I don't like it. You know what I mean? Anyway, Martin Smiley Brown, Chris Hearn going 1 and 2. Chris on that absolutely immaculate chrome Stay Strong Cruiser, which looks superb. As we watch Kieran McAvoy doing it for Sorted Race Gear. Dylan Dixon, Chris Evans, that is your 1, 2, 3. Rob Harry's in there in 4. Big shout out for Mike Whittaker, Resilient Racing with the helmet cam on. He's in there in 5. .40 to 44 Cruiser. Lee Grant, Andrew Lockwood, Carl Fancini, Grant Yerbury in this one. James Moores. And the 445 is Grant Yerbury. Couldn't see the side plate, but never mind. James. Some very excited people up in the crowd. Last of the 40-44. 40-44. Sounded like an auctioneer then. 44 cruiser guys. Matthew Eaton in that third spot. If he ever gets rid of his dreads, that's it. I'll never spot him ever again. Gospelty and Smythe taking it to the line, being pursued by Joel Marston. Matt Eaton in 3, Kempsford in 4, Groves in 5. As we move on to the 9 to 12-year-olds, Hannah, Walwork, Turner, Walsh, Bean, State, Jones and Swales. King Ron in there in 3, 4 even. Doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, Killian Hannah out of Bournemouth. Who's leading it out though? It's going to be Frederick State, I think. Battling with the E7 of Jack Swales. In and out that final corner. Resilient Racing. Freddie Walsh in there in 3. Ronnie in 4. That's Jack Bean in there in 5. But he had the pressure put on by Albert Turner and Regan Jones as well. Right, moving on. More cruisers. 9 to 12s still. The 435. That'll be Rocco Jenkins. He's in there in 2. He's chasing down the rusty nut racing rider, Leo Bradley. Leo absolutely on fire in this one. Someone's got a loud hailer up there. A loud hailer. Oh! Emma Dean in 3, Colwyn Jones in 4. One rider having a roll round on the deck. As we watch Rocco Westwood of the Maybell factory. Right, Mr. Marco out in front. Matthew Trincart. I feel like I should say that with a French accent, but he would sound very hello, hello. Do you know? Oh, way up, we're on again. Philip Duff having a roll round on the floor. He's up and all right, which is good. Matthew Trincart in 2. That'll be Simon Toogood in there in 3. Jamie Rose in 4. Mr. Labras in 5. Is it? No, Luke Brown, right club, wrong rider. I really should have stayed in bed this morning. Race 70. Where's Big Nige? He's in there, cruising round on his cruiser. As the rider on the 3-plate, Rich Stevenson, takes it to the line. Andy Todd in there in 2. Mark Steele in 3. Right, 50 to 54 cruiser. Kevin Bacon, Darren Reedy going 1 and 2. Gary Carver, what a palaver. In there in 3. Christos Chalkos in 4. Dave Bishop's in there as well. Neil Waddington. Oh, look at the battle going on. Reedy and O'Brien into the final turn. Daz is just going to hold on, I think, Mr. O'Brien, not Mr. Reedy. Gary Carver stayed upright. That's always a plus. Christos Chalkos in 4. Oh, sorted race gear. Pete Butler, the beast from the northeast. I've just made that one up as well. Tell it's early doors, can't you? Alan Hale, he's not having any of it. He lost a moto yesterday. He was well unhappy. Oh dear. Martin Ogden in there in 3. I had a message off Tony Fleming yesterday. He went, I'm rooting for Oggy. I went, so am I. Oggy was near yesterday. So Martin had a fan club, even though he wasn't actually racing. Anyway, I'll hand on to you. You crack on, Lewis.
Moto 73, 50 to 54-year-old cruisers. Mark Cottrell, Stephen Hassel. That's your 1 and 2, but in a different order. It's going to be Hassel picking up that race win. Cotty in there for the 2-spot race. 74, 55 plus cruiser bruisers. H-Star Racing out front. 25 on the plate. Stuart Campbell. The Warlocks on track. Neil Stewart in there in 3, chasing down his teammate Chris Madron in 2. Pure Bicycles are looking good at the moment. The 10 plate in there in 4. James Musgrove out of the northeast. Ice Bikes in there for 5. That is Stephen Joy on the 11 plate. Race 75, Notman, Whitaker, Drew, Bernard, Lindsay, Brown and Charlesworth. The 766, Dave Lindsay, good to see him back on track after his crash yesterday. He's in there in that 2 spot, being chased down by Tim Drew. Allen's Factory inside the top 4. That is Stephen Notman on the 16 plate, the 7 in 5. That is Keith Brown out of Team Mine, but your race leader in and out of that final turn. That's the 17 of Paul Bernard. Adrian Scott on track. Simon Rickett, David Knowles, Brent Featherstone, Billy Stupple, Brett Archibald. Archibald leading it out. The Scots are at the front of the pack. The 6 of Stupple in there in 2, Featherstone in 3 for Evolve Collective. That's going to be how they bring it down the final straight. Brett Archibald picking up another moto win to add to his tally this weekend. 13 to 16-year-old girls cruiser now out on track. Yesterday's winner, Ailey Watson, picked up 2 wins yesterday, cruiser and 20-inch. I've missed the rest of that moto, I do apologise. Race 78, Lottie McFarlane, Peterborough Phantoms are leading this one through the second straight, the 22 plate in the 2 spot. That's Olivia Webb doing it for Team A. Team A got a couple of riders in this one. Emily Grimm's in there for 3. Who's in the 4? That is Paige Cathcart Cunnison, repping the Savage Racing colours. And the 5 spot is the 275. That is Elizabeth Graham out of the Centurions, massive. But it's Peterborough down the final straight. McFarlane going to pick up that race win. 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser now out on track. Your European number 2, Lily Chisora. Maybo Factory Team UK. It's taken me a full day to get used to that new team name. Lily out front looking good. Was in charge all day yesterday. She's going to continue that form by the looks of things. The 6 plate in there in that 2 spot. That's going to be Molly Nice out of DC Cycles. Race 80. Jetska Hemstock Ice Bikes going 1 and 2 with Allen's Factory. That is Charlotte Jackson on the 447. Retro Racing 2 riders in this one. Amy Willets being chased down by her teammate Smiley Maloney in there in 4. The 5 spot is the 15 plate. That is Jodie Musgrove out of the northeast. Carmel Allison out of 01 Racing in there for 6, but it's Jetska Hemstock picking up that race win. Anya Matta and Alonso on track with Izzy Hurry. The move came in turn number 1 as she shuffled back to about 4. That was the 11 plate making moves. Alicia Linscott out of Exeter Eagles, who's in there for 2, then chasing down your race leader. That is Hannah Drew, last year's national champion. Alonso out front though, smooth as you like through that 3rd straight. In those lovely Spanish colours, going to pick up that race win as they take it down to the line. 30 plus women's cruiser. As we near the end of the first set of motos, Anita Wong leading this one out, DC Cycles, going 1 and 2 with Team A, Swan Clements. That looks like another DC rider in the mix, Josephine Burston, world number 8. Picked it up last year in Denmark, Copenhagen. Currently in a podium spot in their first moto of the day, Marsha Brook on track inside the top 4, repping the Team Bunnies colours. But your race winner going to be Anita Wong. That looks like a W3 and Hotshot Racing. Sarah J. Nichols leading this one out from Kim Batsford. In there in 2, that is Lee Pendleton. Inside the top 3, who's picking up the 4? That's the 23 of Emily Eilert. The front 4 is separated from the rest of the pack as they bring it through the 3rd straight. That's the 21 plate. In there in 4, Suzanne Jenkins. Resilient Team Racing. Joe Gray in there in 5, and the 6th spot out of Nottingham Outlaws. Lisa Tarling, Team Bunnies. As Rebecca Gold picks up the race lead in race number 84. Coach Chizzy's in this one. Flying through the 2nd straight, chasing down Magic Manda, who's in there in 3. Nikki Sitch though in 2, doing it for fast signatures. But absolute lead in the race into the final corner. On the 3 plate, it is going to be Goal out front, Sitch, Hemstock, Chisua, Sharp. That's going to be your 1 through 5. That is the end of your first set of motos. Back round then to the start of the racing. We are on a moto number 85. Year 6 and unders battling it out through this 2nd straight to 6:30. Leading it out, Maxim Kazoziak. He's going 1 and 2 with Decoy BMX's Marlo Gehring on the 198, who's picking up the 3 as they go in and out of turn number 2. That is BMX Hypes. Ellis Dowsing on the 460 plate, chasing down Gehring through the 3rd straight. Who's in the 4? Looks like that could be the 558 of Victor Anderson out of Hackney BMX. Hackney got a couple of riders in this one, currently going 4 and 5. Tate Brocky Cox in there in 5, Lenny Holiday in 6. But Maxim Kazoziak picking up another race win. Next up on track, Rupert Garnett, Jump Club S&M Source. 3-4-6 on the plate, he's charging in and out of turn number 2. Picked up a win in his previous moto, looking to do the same again. Braintree BMX in there in that 2 spots. And that is Milo Ryder Bays on the 203. Telford's Hudson Needle in the 3 spot, heading down the final straight. It's all about Garnett, he's going to take that moto win.
Right, 6 and unders bringing the thunder as per usual, the 142. Giving it the beans, that is Alejandro Crudo Estevez. I just love saying that name basically. It's the most Mancunian name ever. So yeah, he's in there in 1, the 033. Oliver Savage, and he's a savage in that 2nd spot. He's in there in 2. Thomas Taylor, Finley Jones, Leon Zakina, Leo Hawker, all in there in moto number 87. As Alejandro takes the win. Race 88, the 701 out in front. That'll be 707, is it? Yep, Alfie Bagley. Brookwood Park BMX track. Has he got ducks on his race pants? Is that what that's all about? It looks like he's got ducks on there. Tell you what, if I could race in duck trousers, I actually would. The 8-3. Jackson May. Race 89, Luke Barron, Alfie Bagley, Cooper Shearing, Isaac Book, Jensen Dites in there in that 2nd spot. Barron takes it to the line. Who's going to pick up the 3? It's going to be Parker Gray. As we watch the 4-5-6 of Owen Weiser. Billy Lay getting some encouragement from the sidelines. We can hear it from down here. Grandad was watching the live stream yesterday. 953, Freddie Mitchell Moore. In there as well. And Amari Bamford Burr. Right, female 7s, 0-1 on the 139, that is Wiggy, Peony Ford, and Amaria Gibson out of Preston. Opal Jones, Rusty Nut Racing, she's in there in 3. The 019 and the 275. That's Billy Sawyer and Erin Theros. But they are chasing Wiggy down that final straight. She's going to take it to the line. Amaria in 2. More 7-year-old girls. We've got Alice Laurie in this one. Midlands finest. 664. Noah Kerr, Retro Racing. Evie Steele, Lenny Goddard, and Molly Kearns. All in moto number 92. But it is Miss Alice Laurie going in and out the final corner. Here comes Andy, looking harassed. What's he got for us? Oh. Right. Andy's just walked past me with somebody's rear axle bolt and a chain tensioner. So somebody's in for a nasty shock in their next moto. So who that belongs to, I've got absolutely no idea. Probably one of the younger riders as well. So it might be a good idea just to have a look at your younger rider's back wheel and make sure that they have a chain tensioner and an axle bolt. You don't want to find that one out the hard way, that's for sure. think this is race number 94 because that looks like Oliver Bridle, Charlie Bromelo going 1 and 2. Right, can we have the parents of Thomas Taylor? Parents of Thomas Taylor down to the doors to the entryway to the track here in the middle, please. Just to meet up with Thomas. Parents of Thomas Taylor. Just down to the track entry, please. Thomas needs you for something. As we watch Lou and Jamira. I hope that's not his chain tensioner and chain bolt that's missing off Thomas's bike. Yeah, Lou and Jamira taking it to the line. Oh, it was close. Race 96 from Leon Krasosiak. Race 97, Lewis.
9-year-old girls on track. You are looking at Orla Jewis leading it into turn number 2. Doing it for Fast Signatures BMX team, who's in there in the 2 spot, chasing it down. It looks like it is the 386. That is Madeline Molloy out of Covenant Centurions. Reactive Racing inside the top 3. Susie Wyatt, Exeter Eagles, bringing it down the final straight. The front 3 ladies are safe and clear. It's going to be Jewis picking up that race win. Race 98 on track, more 9-year-old girls battling it out through the 3rd straight. It looks like Maggie Divine leading this one through. Maybo Factory Team UK. Pro Star BMX chasing it down the final straight. That is Tilly, Hewitt, Divine, Hewitt 1 and 2. BRE Racing in there for 3. That is Izzy Moore. Race number 99, Jones, Bell, Forrest, Critchley, McGoldrick, Brentnall, and Henry, all heading towards that first turn. Hackney going to pick up the whole shot into the first corner. Isabella Henry out of lane number 8. She leads this one out on the 700 bike. Who's in there chasing her down? That is the 938 Allen's Factory. Flick Brentnall heading in towards that second corner. Rusting up racing in the mix as well. Freya Forrest rounding out the top 3 spots. Hattie McGoldrick though looking to do something about that. She's chasing Forrest through the 3rd straight. Here she comes, Forrest. McGoldrick into the final turn. McGoldrick goes through from 4 to 3. Last straight action then. It is Hackney still out front with Henry. Who's going to get the 2 on the line? It looks like Henry goes from Brentnall 1 and 2. McGoldrick rounds out the top 3 spots. Mabel Pine, Maisie Miller, Esme Anderson, Sophia Reese, Luciana Pinzon, Barron and Lottie Arnold, all battling it out for the win in race number 100. Who's leading this one out? Got to be the 0-1 plate of Esme Anderson, Moto 1 Muck-Off. Crank BMX coaching Sophia Reese in there, chasing it down. The 3 spot occupied at the moment by Mabel Pine, also on a 0-1. So we've got 2 British champions in 1 moto, bringing it down the final straight. Pine's putting the pressure on all the way to the line. She goes from 3 to 2. Did she pick up the win? Photo finish between the 2 British champions. 9-year-old boys on track. Race 101. Crucial BMX are leading this one out with Archie Fisher, British champion from last year, the 656. Oh! Fisher hits the deck. Not sure what happened to him at the end of the 3rd straight. Went down in a heap. He's back up to his feet. Put your hands together for Archie, ladies and gents. Second record of the 9-year-old boys is a go. Who's that out of lane number 1? Atlas Lewisfield looking to pick up the whole shot. No Rapid Roman in today's racing. Let's hope that he's all right. It is Atlas Lewisfield then leading it out for Team A, going 1 and 2 with the 130 plate through the 2nd straight. Augustus Bartolini out of the Hawks, being chased on through by Absolutes. Albie Blight on the 700 plate. The Brunty crew are in the mix as well inside the top 4. Henry Lafeed on the 797. He's rounding out the top 4 spots at the moment. Got a bit of work to do if he wants to catch Blythe down this final straight, but it is going to be Atlas Lewisfield going 1 and 2 over the line with Bartolini in that order. Race number 103. It looks like the Brunty crew are going 1 and 2. That looks like it could be Cooper Crowley. Yes, it is on the 117 plate, leading this one through. Who's in there with him? It is his teammate, Sebastian Cox, on the 568 plate. Who's picking up the 3? That's the 201, Dougie Campbell. Out of Cardiff, BMX is 792. Elliot Goodall out of the Centurions inside the top 4. But it's all about Bruntwood Park National Race Team picking up the 1 and 2 spots in that race. Cameron Joseph on track. After a couple of crashes yesterday, good to see him racing again. Bruntwood Park once again out front. Connor Grant leading this one out. Logan Aceto in there in that 2 spots. Repping the Moto 1 Muck-Off Sunday colours. That looks like it is Telford in there for 3. Archie Walsgrove being chased down the final straight. That looks like it could be Joseph Claydon looking for a top 3 finish. Didn't quite get close enough. Cosimo Serra back up on his bike after his crash in his last moto. And he's in there in 4 at the moment. Chasing down Rada Adapeka BMX, Putar Punchik. He's in there in that 3 spot. Sorted race gear into Oscar rather fast, but it is Pure Bikes out front. Teddy Gorman leading it in and out of that final corner. He's going to wrap up this race win rather fast in there for that 2 spots. Can we get Mabel Pine and Esme Anderson to the finish line? To the admin cabin. That is Mabel Pine and Esme Anderson. Go to the admin cabin at the finish line, please. Just riders, you don't need your bike, ladies. Esme Anderson, Mabel Pine, if you could go to the admin cabin at the finish line, thank you. Next up on track, race 106. DC Cycles are leading this one through. In and out of that final corner. Rudy Pleasantsford, that is. Didn't see DC on the sheets, but he's in there in that 1 spot. That looked like Charlie Crossley into Oakley Hill on track, then LCC race team. Fluent Bicycle Motocross in there in 2. That's Jake Davis in and out of the 2nd corner. Hill has absolutely checked out from the pack in this one. The 29 plate of Joel Pritchard in there in 3. The 18 in 4. That is Felix Zucchina out of Bristol Jets BMX Club. Team Bunnies have got a rider in this one as well. That is Jensen Mee on the 31 plate, but it's all about Oakley Hill picking up that race win. Check out Big Hen Sullivan leading out the next moto, going 1 and 2 with the world number 3, and Tech Perevny. Them 2 guys going airborne into turn number 2. Back out they go. There's only a whisker between them at the moment. Dominic Zapanos is in there in 3. Who's in 4? That's the 21 plate of Lawson Hitchings out of PRE Racing. Sullivan checked out now. He's going to pick himself up another race win to add to his collection this weekend with Perevny in behind.
Right, let's have a look where we're up to. This is it Alfie Thorne on the 14? It is out in front, moto number 109. Oscar Marco in there as well. Looks like we've got the fluent rider Josh Bean. He's in there in that 3rd spot. The 17 is Arthur Mason Teamer in there in 2. Got to give a big shout to David Dunn, Bangor City BMX Club, all the way from Northern Ireland. Terrible accent, I'm sorry. I am going back there at some point. Hopefully that doesn't get me cancelled. 10 plate leading it through Callum Wood, Green Machine Tribe, moto number 110, Zachariah Mower. Out of Peterborough, Leo Britt, Bodie Cleverly Smith, Jack Colwell, Carter Kennedy from Astar Racing. In there in about 3 at the minute, under a bit of pressure. Is Carter in and out of that final turn. But we do like the kit. so. Alexander Gilbert, Noah Northcott and Burnell Challenger going 1-2-3 in Moto 111. Moto 112, Seth Robinson, Oliver Ford, Elliot Hatch. Oh, here comes the technical man. Might be in trouble. Oh, Seth Robinson going a little bit all over the show. Charlie Blakeburn's in there as well. Battling, I think, for a 3 at the minute. Seb Perry, William Kearns and Alex Vitals.
Race 113 on track, 10-year-old girls heading into turn number 2. That looks like your European at number 8, Ella Grant. Absolute bicycle motocross going 1 and 2 with the 3-plate out of Fluent. That is Lawrence now heading towards the final turn. Exeter Eagles in there as well. Grace Ledgerwood Bar on track. Grace's nan, 102 years of age, is watching on the live stream this weekend.
Big up Gracie's nan, that's all I'm saying.
So thank you very much for tuning in.
Right, race 114. B. Smith, Phoebe Miller, Amika Gibson, Poppy Weatherly in this one, Layla Dixon, Tessa Johnson and Maisie Dyson. That'll be Emika Gibson in there in 2, the Bradford rider in 3. That is Maisie Dyson, but they are chasing down the 1 of Phoebe Miller. Doing it for Moto 1 and Muck-Off race team. As we move on, that looks like young Mr. Shaw out there. Ethan doing it for Pro Star. Seth Kacharik in there in 2. Derby rider going through in 3. That's going to be Seb Staines, I think. And the 4th place went to Jesse Rose. 116 on track. Rex Ford, Halo Wheels. Race team out there in front, the 20 and the 26 following him down. Oakley Lewis Field, Charlie Sheriff in there as well. Jackson Chapman Davis. Who's got that 4th spot, pushing for the 3. Green Machine Tribe, I think it was Donaldson, he picked it up. Rory Smythe in there in 5. That microphone sounds so much better now, doesn't it? Way better. Dougie Johnson, Charlie Dowsing. Jack Haynes doing it for LCC in there in 2. Manchester rider in 4 is Dougie Johnson. 1 rider down, not sure who it is as Tom Giles goes past us. Yeah, the Chester Growcock, let's hope he's okay. Fluent rider blows his pedals. Not sure who that was. Thomas Giles takes the win. Aston John Lee in 2, Jack Kitchen in 3, Harry Duffield in 4. It was Jack Kitchen blowing a pedal, but managing to hold on to 3rd. Right, here we go with the 11-year-olds, race 119, Ollie Bird, Allen's BMX, DFS Sofas, in the 13 holding on to it, Tobias Groves, big 1-footer over the jump out of turn number 1, Oliver Hawker, Luca Tramontana, where is Joseph Jewis? He's in there somewhere, he's looking to make some moves. As they go into the final corner, Jacob Russell from Manchester in the top 5 as well. It's going to be Groves and Bird going 1 and 2. Jewis for the 3. And Oliver Hawker for the 4. Race 120, George Ludgate, Lucas Taroa, Alistair Kane, Alexi Carlos, who came very close to winning Max's move of the day yesterday. Always going 1-footed round turns. It's always a good thing. He's not done it this time around. as they head. Oh! Big tumble. Not sure who that was. He's up and all right though. 28. Was it William Arnold? It might have been. See, I mean, no, it wasn't. It was George Kellum. Blimey, George. Anyway, hand John to Lewis. He's more awake than I am.
Race 122 hits the track. The 11-year-old girls, Malloy, Bishop, Graham, Dean, Dyson, Powell, Kay and Svensson, all heading into that first corner. That looks like Dyson in there in the 2 spot, looking for a high-low move on your world. And number 8, Holly Bishop, leading it out at the moment, doing it for Halo Wheels Race Team, who's picking up. Oh! Eliza Powell got it all wrong through the second straight, ended up on the deck. She picks herself straight back up there. Put your hands together for Eliza. The battle out front though, Dyson, Bishop going at it, heading through the final straight. Bishop just about hanging on at the moment. Dyson pushing all the way to the line. Holly just hangs on. Put your hands together for Eliza Powell, ladies and gents. She's up, she's walking away. Twelve-year-old boys now out on track, then the 15 plate leading this one through. Isaac Moore, Exeter Eagles, that's Pro Star BMX in there behind him. Got to be Seb Hewitt chasing him through the move though into turn number 2. Hugo Dayton through in a high-low, just about making it stick at the moment. Not quite managed to get through though. Hewitt came fighting back through the 3rd straight, so it is Moore going to take the race win. Hewitt's going to hang on to that 2 spot. Dayton for 3. Who's in there in 4? That looked like it was Mr. Wilson Eaton taking 4th in that one. Preston Newmarsh Power on track in race 124. Who's chasing him on the exit of turn at number 2? That is the 12 plate of Carlin Gordon, Tempo BMX UK. The 16 plate in there in 3. Oliver Richards had a green machine. Brunty have got a rider in there as well in about 6 at the moment. The Centurions are rounding out the top 4. That's going to be Jamie Robertson on the 26 plate. Race number 125 stacked to Wold, Warner, Todd, Hemhill, Munro, Tiffany and Orland all heading into that first corner. Where is Freddie Ray Orland? He's just been shuffled back a couple of spots in that first turn. That was Moto 1 getting busy, the 6 plate of Freddie Ray Orland. They're working his way back into a 3 spot through that second straight. He goes airborne into turn 2, but it's Munro, Hemhill 1 and 2, Allen's Factory, Sorted Race Gear in that order. Evolve Collective in there for 3. Peckham BMX to Wall getting busy in there in 4. The move came in the final turn. That was Moto 1's muck-off. Moto 1 at muck-off's Ollie Warner. Warner being pushed to the line there by Tawald. It was time for the 4 spot. Tawald just nicking it on the line. Next up, world number 8, Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Jacob Anderson leading that one through. The 4 plate in there in the 2 spot. That is Teddy Jones, BMX Hype. Joey McAvoy's in there in 3. Maybo Factory Team UK going to pick up that 3 spot on the line. Benny Jackson on track. Former world finalist. Evolve Collective, stylish as you like it to turn number 2. Edward Cordery chasing him in and out of that second corner. Who's in there with them? Rusted Up Racing rounding out the top 3 spots. That's Leo Bradley on the 17 plate. The front 3 riders running away at the moment. The 57 of Thomas Henning out of BRE Racing. Inside the BM Racing, sorry, he's in there in 4. Being pressured down the final straight, but he's going to get away and pick up that 4 spot. It was tight on the line for the 1. Benny Jackson hanging on. Race 128, Watson in this one. Ray Watson in there in that 2 spots. LCC Race Team out front. Ronnie the Landshark Wood, European number 8. Thoroughly deserved last year when he picked up that European final. Murray Watson are going to pick up that 2nd spot. The 14 plate leading out the next moto, Arthur Claydon, PCR and Exeter. Into that second corner, who's in there with him as they exit that second turn. The 53 plates. Xander Cartledge out of Dragon Riders. Rider out of Derby in there in 3. That is Ted Malkin on the 38 plate. And the 4 spot as they came across the line, that was Decoy's Harry Distin. 12-year-old girls are on a track then at European number 4 in this one. Grace Hudak in there at the moment. In that 2 spot, chasing down Trixie Trays, national number 2 from last year, Evolve Collective, leading into the final turn. Moto 1 with Hudak in there in 2. That looks like sorted race gear in 3. Freya Montfort on the 6th place. She's being chased down the final straight by the 3 of Maisie Egan out of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Race 131 on track. Who's leading it out? Pro Star BMX. Betty Wills, your world number 4. Got the 113 in there with her. April Wood out of Bournemouth BMX. Who's in there for the 3 spot as they enter turn number 2. Back out they go. That looks like Erin Toogood on the 18 plate. Yes, it is Erin charging through that 3rd straight at the moment, looking for a way around Wood in the final turn. Looks for a high-low, makes it stick. Drag race down the final straight. Wood, Toogood. Wood's going to hang on to that 2 spot. Toogood for 3. As the 12 plate comes past us on the 2nd straight, that is Bonnie Dudley, Evolve Collective, going 1 and 2 with MCR's Ellie Beats. Manchester's Finest chasing down. Evolve Collective out front. The 3 spot is the 13 plate. That's Maisie Surtees out of Sinead's Reed Academy. Bruntwood Park National Race Team, Izzy Dolan in there in 4. As we move on to the cruisers, 13 to 14-year-olds. Oliver Arnold leading it into turn number 2. Benny Marco in there with him. Hunter Mallion in there for 3. Leighton Harding's in 4. One of the first laps I think he's lost this weekend, Leighton. He's been out front all weekend long. I'm sure he'll be back for more later on as Oliver Arnold picks up that race win. Fast Signatures leading out race 134 then on track. Harry Swales, the 881 right there with him. That looks like Finn Murphy out of Nuneaton. Swales, Murphy in that order. Who's in there for the 3 at the moment? That is the 25 plate. Lucas Stoneman out of Bath BMX. Sam Dolan, Bruntwood Park National Race Team. That's going to be your front 4 as they bring it down the final straight. Team Mind in there for 5 with Ocean King. Charlie Cotton on the inside as they head into turn number 1, but it's going to be Adam Arnold leading the pack on the exit of that first corner. Cotton's in there with him. Fluent Bicycle Motocross, a banging post with a 35 plate. That was Yusuf Almas Fordham. Just about looking for a way around Huey Hall at the moment. Hall's hanging on to the 3 spot. Cotton's made his move to go from 2 to 1. Arnold looking for a way back into the race lead on the exit of the final turn. Cotton, Arnold drag racing down the final straight. Cotton looking like he's going to take it across the line. Adam Arnold's going to have to settle for 2. BMX Widow Photography now out on track. McSwitty, McCrum in that order. Who's in there for 3? Alfie Sim picking it up for Evolve Bicycle Motocross. That looks like Newton Hindley in there in 4. Repping the team here. Colours bringing it through the 3rd straight. The 14 plate is in there in 4. That is Addison Milburn bringing it down the final straights. But it is BMX Widow Photography taking 1 and 2 in that one. Looks like James Cottrell's on track. Your world number 3 leads it in and back out of that first corner. Rab Racing looking good at the moment. The 462 in there behind him. That's Sam Wood doing it for GY95 and Doncaster BMX Club. Took a crash in his last moto, but he's chasing down your world number 3 at the moment. Who's in there in 3? Looks like Todd Smith-Dotman doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross. Into the final turn they go and back out. That's got to be Savage Racing in there as well. That is Jacob Vaughan on the 13 plate, being chased down by Isaac Caulfield across the line. Caulfield's going to go through in 5. Oh, Ryder hits the deck. Heading into turn number 1. It got all sorts of busy through that step up, step down. Let's hope that he's all right. The battle out front though, Walford going at it with Alonso. Your world number 6, Robin Mattern Alonso. In there in that 2 spot, chasing down Jack Walford through the final straight. He's looked silky smooth all weekend long. It was Hot Shot Racing. Benjamin Dean's up to his feet, ladies and gents. 15 and 16-year-old cruiser bruisers are a go. Who's on the inside heading towards turn number 1? Where's George Labras? He's looking for a way in and out of the first corner they go. The 7X in there in that 2 spot, that is Jake McKenna out of Preston Pirates, but your race leader in and out of that first and second corner is the 098 plate of Adam Stevenson. Tempo BMX. Reactive Racing in there as well. That's Owen Miller in about 4 at the minute. He's got Cooper Westwood chasing him through the final straight. Westwood's going to go through in 5. DC Cycles 3 riders on track in the 17 to 29-year-old cruiser category. That looks like it could be Connor Blythe leading them out. Max Henderson in there behind him. His teammates working his way up the inside. That's got to be Colby Hall. Who's in there in the 4 spot as he come through the 3rd straight? That's a 6-7-4 plate of Ethan Abbott out of Barnesbury with Lewis Barnes in there in 5. But it is Blythe out front. Here comes Colby Hall though, putting the pressure on down the final straight. Looking to nick the 1 spot on the line. I think Blythe might have hung on. Moto 1 Muck-Off out on track. Tom Miller on S1, stay strong right there behind him. John O'Harradine. In there in 3. Matt McHugh in 4. That looks like Jack Mowat in there in 5. But it is Mr. Millar picking up that race and win. Dan Wilson, Rab Racing, and leading out the next moto then. Going to 1 and 2 with the 7 plate of Theo Pope. Tom Whitaker in this one as well. He's at about 5 at the moment, chasing down Jason Daly. The 8 plate in there in 3. That is Niall Moss. In and out of that final corner they go. Dan Wilson, European number 7, going to pick up that race win. Race 143, where's Josh Case? He's at the front of the pack. Leading it from Charlie Roy in there in the 2 spot. That looks like the 2X on the plate. In there in 3. That is Stanley Palmer. Rocky O'Brien in there in the 4. Luke Davies-Hayes going to round out the top 5 spots. Race 144, Roberts, Stokes, Warbridge, Labras, Green, Brooks and Watson. Alex Brooks leads it out, European number 2. That's Joe Warbridge in there behind him. Pete Watson's in there for 3. That looks like Zach Green in there in 4. But it's Brooks out front, Rab Racing TM. Smooth as you like through the 3rd straight. Warbridge, Watson having a good old scrap out for that 2nd spot. Watson throws it underneath in the final turn, works his way in front of Warbridge. Warbridge coming back at him down the final straight. It's going to be Watson, Warbridge, 2 and 3. Labras in there for 4. 39-year-old cruisers. In and out of that 2nd turn. Agris Aladzans in this one. John Lillingston picking up the race win. Aladzans for the 2 spot. CGR in there in 3 with Ash Richardson. Ryan Jones in 4. Dan Popel, your British champ, leads out. Race number 146. Kieran Wood, Jack Hudson, Martin Smiley Brown and Chris Hearn. Hearn's in there in that 4 spot on that lovely chrome bike. Taking it into the final turn. Hudson in there in 3. Martin Smiley Brown in there in 2. Picked up a podium or 2 in Teal, did Martin. So congratulations to him as we move on to the 40 to 44-year-old cruisers. That looks like SVT Mongoose, Andy Groves out front, Matt Eaton in there in that 2 spots. The Centurions are going to ride it inside the top 4. That is Christopher Miller on the E5 plate, bringing it through that 3rd straight. The rider in there in 3 though is the 14. That's James Moores out of Royston Rockets. More 40 to 44-year-old cruisers waging war on their 24. Dylan Dixon on the inside, going to lead it into turn number 1. It looks like someone looked underneath in the corner. That was Ian Smith. Adagos. Oh, it's all gone wrong. Grant Urey hits the deck. He's up to his feet. Put your hands together for Grant, ladies and gents. Dylan Dixon, Ian Smith. No need to BMX inside the top 3. That's Joel Marston on the 208 plates. That's how the front 3 are going to take it down the final straight, but it's looking good. Dylan Dixon, your British champ, picking up that race win. Race number 149 now out on track, heading into turn number 1. Evsy's in there, Mr. Burger and a pint. He's chasing down your race leader. Kieran McAvoy heading into turn number 2. Sorted race gear out front, Rab Racing in there in 2. Who's in there for 3? It looks like that could be the 6 plates. Rob Harris, Fluent Bicycle Motocross, the 966. In there in 4, that's Jake Kemsford. But Kieran McAvoy picking up that race win.
It's all right, 9 and 12-year-old cruisers, 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Oh, Emma Dean, hot shot out there in front. Picking up the whole shot. Robert Cardoza and Jane Windle will be absolutely cock-a-hoot with this one, if they're still awake and watching, obviously. 3-4-2, Xavier Darley in that second spot. Regan Jones on the 31, doing it for Cardiff. Benjamin Tanza, Alfie Jones, Josh Bean and Killian Hanna all in there, but they are chasing the young lady out of hot shot, Emma Dean. In and out the final turn. Is she going to hold it onto the line? I think she is. Emma Dean taking the win from Xavier Darley. More 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Rusty Nut Racing's Leo Bradley in and out of turn number 1, being chased down by the 33. King Ron in there, Ronnie Wallwork. 33 belongs to Arthur Mason out of Teamer. There's a traffic jam for 4, 5 and 6 involving Bradley, Grim, Jackson, Chapman, Davies in there as well. Heading down towards the line. Leo Bradley takes it from Arthur Mason. Ronnie Wallwork and Will Parks. Frederick State now. Yep, Frederick in there in 1. Rocco's getting a bit of encouragement from his Mabel teammates as he steals the lead. Rocco Jenkins in there in 3. Gosport have got all manner of riders in there. Colwyn Jones, Freddie Walsh going across the line as well. He took the 5th. Jack Swales ended up in 6th. 45 to 49-year-old cruisers. That'll be Matthew Trincart out in front. Jamie Rose in there in 2. Big Nige, where is he? In there in about 7th. Abdul El Kindi battling away as well. I think he picked up the 4th from Mark Steele and Philip Duff. Race 154. Rich Stevenson battling with Norbert Marco. In and out of the final turn, Simon Toogood in there in 3. Andy Todd in 4. Luke Brown going through in 5. I've actually got his name right this time around. Amazing. And Neil Terblanche as well. Up. Darren O'Brien and Alan Hill having a battle. Flem Doggies watching. That's all I'm saying. Expect the banter that goes along with it. So the Kevin Bacon of BMX. Darren O'Brien taking Hilly to the line. Who picks up the 3? That was David Bishop, Mark Franklin, Jamie McFarlane. Andrew Ballard in there in at 6. Stephen Hassel, Darren Reedy going 1 and 2. Stuart Lill, Evolved Bicycle Motocross in there in 3. Cotty in there in 4. Is Chris Evans handing out banter? Is that what you're doing, Chris? We can hear you over here. Oh! Oh, good Lord. Pete Butler's just evil Knieveled over that jump into the second turn. Yes, I have used Pete Butler and Evil Knievel in the same sentence. They look alike, apparently, when you can't see them. Gary Carver, what a palaver, in there in 3. And Martin Oggy Ogden in there as well. Flemdog's favourite rider. Right, Billy Stupple off of the 8. He's leading out Moto 158. Where is the Warlock, Neil Stewart? He's in training. We're not sure what for, but he is in training. So, Stupple, Warlock, Brent Featherstone just overhauling the Warlock at the line. Chris Madron in 4. Mike Whittaker in 5. Oh, good Lord. 17 out front, Paul Bernard in his stripy burglar jumper. He's off to be in a 1960s episode of Batman when he's finished his moto. Stephen Notman in 2, Keith Brown in 3. James Musgrove rounding out the top 4 as we look at Brett Archibald and Stuart Campbell in their 1 and 2. Dave Lindsay in 3. It's a Scottish 1, 2, 3 in Moto 159. Wow. Doesn't get any better than that. As we watch the Cruiser ladies, 13 to 16-year-olds. Good to see Isla Young back on her bike after a period of time off with injury. She's in there in 3 at the moment. Had a nice little back and forward with her dad on Facebook Messenger the other night. Always nice to chat to John. Emily Grimm, Paige Cathcart-Cunnison, and Lottie McFarlane in there as well. As we move to 13-16 Cruiser Ladies Moto number 2. Ailey Watson, BMX Widow Photography, out in front. Sadie McSwitty in there as well. So the BMX Widows well represented. Olivia Webb in there in 4. That's going to be Elizabeth Graham in there in 3. But it's Ailey Watson taking the win. More Ladies Cruiser, Olivia Firth. Sorted Race Gear and EMV graphics and signage for all your helmet wrapping needs. If you have a Troy Lee helmet that needs a bit of a good looking coat, good looks on it, Olivia's your lady. Have a chat with her. She will make sure that you are looked after properly, as do all the EMV guys. Annie Mata and Alonso taking the win. Hannah Drew, Olivia Firth, Molly Nice, Smiley Maloney. That was your 1 through 5. In Moto number 163, 164 on track. Lily Chiziwa, it's the Maybell girls going 1 and 2. Izzy Hurry, Hannah Hedges, Charlotte Jackson. Really nice to see Charlotte back on track again. Not seen her for a little while. AllensBMX.com/DFS sofas. As Alexis McCartney heads past us in Moto number 165. Isla Radcliffe in there in 3 for Hotshot. Yetska Hemstock, Ice Bikes in 2. Amy Willets, Retro Racing rounding out the 4. Got a feeling that's Alicia Linscott going through in 5. Jamie Hyam in 6. Big battle to the line. Yetska just nicking it by a smidge from Alexis. I've just used the word smidge in commentary as well. We should just drop some random words in. Yeah, I know you did. Oh God, I don't know how we get didgeridoo. We could get didgeridoo into commentary. Right. The moment had passed. Right. Lee Pendleton winning Moto 166 from Emily Ireland and Annie Chiziwa. Always good to see Coach Chizzy on track. Race 167. Kim Batsford, Nikki Sitch in this one. That's Nita in there as well. Lisa Tarling, Fwan Clements. Claire Alberts also in there as well, with We have Marsha Brook. 30 plus female cruiser, last moto of round number 2, SJN. Sarah J. Nichols doing it for Hot Shot, throwing it back to 1986 in Slough. Becca Goal in 2, Magic Manda in 3 with her Healing Hands of Heaven. Susan Ferroni, Joe Gray, Suzanne Jenkins and Josephine Burston. And that is round 2 of motos.
We are back racing. 6 and unders going at it down this first straight. That is Maxim Kazoziak looking for a way through to pick up the whole shot. And he has found it. Kazoziak out there in 1. Got to be Milo Gehring right there with him in the 2 spot. Just slipped his pedal as he entered the second straight. So he's got a little bit of work to do to come back. And Kazoziak, he dives on the inside. Didn't quite go for it. So he's going to have to settle for the 2 spot as he exits turn number 2. Ellis Dowsing's in there in 3. Doing it for BMX Hype. That looks like Derby BMX in there in 4. That is Theodore Purdue-Hurst, along with the 180 plate Grace Snell, doing it for Fluid Bicycle Motocross, on Maxim Kazoziak. Another race win for him. Race 170, where is Tate Brocky Cox on the 384 plate, repping the Hackney colours. He's in there in the 2 spot, being chased down by the 558 of Victor Anderson. 2 riders out of Hackney then in 2 and 3. Who's your race leader? Rupert Garnett out of Jump Club S&M Source. He's running away with this moto at the moment. The two Hackney boys looking good in 2 and 3. The 203 in there in 4. That is Braintree's Milo Rider Bays. The 660 plate is in the mix as Hudson Needle out of Telford Flyers with Bradford's Lenny Holiday on the 016 plate. In there in 6. Look at the battle for the 2 spot. The two Hackney boys are going at it across the line. Neck and neck. Anderson nicks it right at the stripe. Milo Rider pays in there for the 3. Tate Brocky Cox has to settle for the 3 spot. 7-year-olds, a race of 1, a 7-1. Baglin, Dyke, Aston, Late, Zucchina, Howe, and a Shepherd. Albie Howe in there in the 2 spot, chasing down Rustin at Racing's Jensen Dyke, who leads it out of turn number 2. Who's picking up the 3? It looks like that could be Exeter's Billy Late. Yes, it is. Late inside the top 3. The 707's in 4. That's Alfie Baglin out of Bruntwood Park National Race Team. So Bruntwood NRT picking up a top 4 spot as Rustinut takes a race win in the form of Jensen Dyke. 509 on the plate. That looks like Allen's Factory. Luke Barron leads it into turn number 2. Preston Parra's got a rider right there with him. That is Owen Wheater. Thomas Taylor's in this one as well. Also out of Preston. Riding on the 356 plate. He's in there in 5 at the moment. 6, sorry, but down the final straight. Barron out of Allen's Factory going to pick up that race win. That looks like Bristol Jets leading out the next moto. That is Isaac Book on the 267 plate. Green Machine on the inside into turn number 2. That was Freddie Mitchellmore on the 957. He's worked his way into that 1 spot now, then he leads the race. Who's the rider on the 142? That is Alejandro Crudo Estevez. Tees up a high-low. Didn't quite make it happen in the corner though. So it's going to be Mitchellmore down the final straight, picking up the race win. Alejandro Crudo Estevez pushing right the way to the line, looking like he nicked the 2 spots. Isaac Book's going to get shuffled back to 3. More 7-year-old action going in and out of turn number 1. Your British champion leads this one through. Jack Byrne out of Fluent Basco Motocross going 1 and 2 with the 033 plate of Oliver Savage out of Gosport BMX Club, who's picking up the 3. That looked like it could have been Finley Jones, I think, as they go in and out of that second corner. It is the 640 plate. Parker Gray in there in the 3. Looking for a way round the rider in 2 as they bring it down the final straight, just slips his pedal. Gray's going to have to settle for 3 as Gosport's Oliver Savage hangs on to the 2. Seven-year-old girls up on the starts. Gate goes down, the little ladies are a go, heading towards the first corner. Lenny Goddard, Billy Sawyer, Peony Ford, Evie Steele, and Noah Kerr. That's Kerr in there in the 2 spot in the retro racing colours. She's chasing down your British champion, Peony Ford. Braintree BMX, who's in there for 3, repping the South jersey. It looks like that could be Billy Sawyer on the 019 plate. Yes, it is. In and out of turn number 2. Evie Steele's in there in 3, doing it for Ipswich BMX Club with Lenny Goddard out of Andover in there in 5 on the 446 plate. In and out of the final turn. British champion Peony Ford going to wrap up this race win. Noah Kerr's going to push her all the way to the line, but that's how the ladies are going to finish. Next up, Alice Laurie leads out the moto for the mid-lanks. Who's in there with him? Got to be Amaria Gibson out of Ice Bikes UK. That is a Rustin Racing in the mix as well. Opal Jones in there in 3. The 4 spotters that come on round. South BMX jersey in on the 275 plate. Erin Thorrows out of the Hawks with the 777 and Molly Cairns in there in 5. In and out of the final corner, Alice Laurie. Stylish as you like, she's going to pick up the race win with Gibson in there for 2. The 486 leads out the first of the 8-year-olds motos in the 3rd set of racing. In and out of that second corner, it is going to be Bridle in the 2 spot. Who's leading it out? He's just worked his way through though. Fluent Basco Motocross's Isaac Tomlinson just shuffled back to 2. He's now chasing Bridle on the exit of turn number 3. Bridle, Tomlinson in that order down the final straight. Who's going to pick up the 4 on the line? It looked like that was Opal Jones, no? Race 178 on track. 818 leading this one out, Sandys Horns. Norwich Flyers heading into that final corner. Oh, it's up there now. Jax Bradley, that was. Lou and Jamira just going down in the last corner. Put your hands together for Lou and Jamira, ladies and gents. He's all going to finish his lap. Next up, race 179 hits the track in and out of that first corner. Who's leading this one out? Crank BMX coaching, looking good at the moment. Harrison Slater being chased down by SVT Mongoose's Harry Taylor, who's putting the moves around the outside. That looked like Gosport's Arthur Kinge. Doing it for Gosport National Race Team. He's high loading the second turn and works his way into a 2-spot in behind Slater. The 4-spot occupied by the 327. That is Harry Powell out of Reactive Racing. Jump Club S&M Source got a rider inside the top 5. Soren Rock Hatfield bringing it down the final straight. It is Crank hanging on to the race wing. Gosport NRT in 2. Charlie Bromelo on track. 163 on the plates. Leads out race at 180. John Joe Blundell in this one in that 2-spot. He's being chased down. There are a couple of riders swerving and swarming all over his back wheel as they bring it into the final turn. Looks like the Brunty Crew's Jacob Taylor's worked his way into the 2-spot. The pressure's coming down the final straight. That's Henry Dodd working his way through. Blundell just shuffled back to 4.
Right, little ladies going crazy. Izzy Moore out in front. Esme Anderson in there in 2. Hattie McGoldrick's having a right old scrap with Abigail Henning. She's gone round the outside. The 2 girls were elbow to elbow going down that second straight. Polly Jean Bolger, Freya Critchley in there as well. Hattie still holding off Abigail, but it's going to be Izzy taking it to the line. Izzy, Esme, Hattie, Abigail. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Moto 182, Flick Brentnall, Evie Farrington Bell in this one. Out front, Maggie Devine doing it for the Maybell Factory team. Crank BMX's Sophia Rees in there in 2. Ola Jewis in 3. Allen's BMX. Flick Brentnall rounding out the top 4. It's going to be Maggie taking it to the line. Maggie, Sophia, Ola, Flick. That is your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Erin Doney in 5. Evie Farrington Bell in 6. Race 183, Isabella Henry, Verity Kay in this one as well. Matilda Hewitt doing it for ProStar out in front, the 700s. Isabella Henry in there in 2. Verity Kay in 3. As we lose a rider on the first straight. Not sure who it was. Luciana Pins and Barron wrapping up the 4 in Moto 183, Moto 184. Mabel Pine out there in 1, Madeline Malloy in 2. Rusty Nut Racing, that's going to be Freya Forrest. Not sure who let it go. Was it Manon Fleur Corbett Jones, I think? So Manon's okay. Moving on to the 9-year-old boys, Grant, Brooke, Baldwin, Birdfield, Lillywhite, Pleasance, Ford and Arlo Hatch in this one. Connor Grant, Bruntwood National Race Team in and out of turn number 1. as they head towards me. Rudy Pleasance Ford in there in 2. 3-4-9 going through in that third position is Toby Brook. Rusty Nut Racing. Hello, Hatch. Oh! Toby Brook threw it away at the end of the straight. I don't know what happened. Did he drop a chain or something? No, he's still going. Must have just misjudged it. Peter Bunchik, Roman Baker, Alan Wong, Joseph Claydon in this one, Alfie Fishwick, Sebastian Cox, Vlad Lepidatu, and Augustus Bartolini. Moto number 186, Claydon in there in 2. The Hawks rider Augustus going through in 3, but they were all chasing Peter Bunchik. To the line, Alfie Fishwick rounded out the top 4. Now, look at this shot out of the cannon by mate Oscar Ratherfast. Absolutely flying, this young man. The 700s. He's Albie Blight, he's in there in 2. Jack Taylor, Cameron Joseph in there as well. Oscar's opened up a 10 bike length lead. The 002. Not on my sheet, but never mind. But it's Rutherford taking it. Blight in 2. Jack Taylor in 3 and Elliot Goodall in 4. Teddy Gorman and Archie Fisher. These guys will be battling in the final later on. Going 1 and 2 down the straight. Teddy Jones, BMX Hype's in there. Sorry, Frankie Jones in there in 3. And the Peckham rider was Vincent Olivier in there in 4. As Arlo Payne goes past me. Moto number 189, I think. Yep. Arlo out of Preston. Being chased down by Cooper Crowley. The 042 and the 677. That's Rory Kempsford and Archie Walsgrove. But Arlo's going to take it to the line. More riders throwing chains as Logan Aceto leads out. Moto number 190's got Charlie Crossley and Billy Cadwallader in there. Jack Hale as well. Jack's in about 3rd spot at the minute, scrapping away with Finley Kerr. Gets shuffled back to 4th. Atlas Lewis Field in there as well. Very nearly coming to grief in the last turn, but Logan Aceto's going to take it to the line. It was Jude Shearer who had the problem. Dad needs to get the Allen keys out. No chain on that bike at the minute. Race 191, Garbage, Calburn, Jessup, Gilbert, Moore, Marco and Robinson into the turn. We go, Alexander Gilbert battling away with the rider out of Brunwood. That's going to be the 16 plate belonging to Seth Robinson. So both out of Brunwood, one on the national race team, one on Fluent. Garbachick in there in 3. That is Calburn going through in 4. The rider in 5 on the 26 is Jensen Jessup. but it is Alexander Gilbert from Seth Robinson. Here comes Garbachick with a late charge. Can he pick up the 2? Don't think he did. He wasn't far away. As we look at the 8 of Elliot Hatch in moto number 192, Leo Britz in there for Milton Keynes in about 3rd spot at the moment. The man in the middle of them is the 29, I think it is. That's going to be Joel Pritchard from the Hawks. 682 is James Todd out of Hackney BMX. He's in there in 4. And the rider in 5, Josh Bean.
Race 193 on track. The 10-year-old boys Origo and Tech Perepni Evolve Collective leading it into that second corner. That looks like Jake Avis doing it for Fluid Bicycle Motocross, picking up the 2 as they head through the 3rd straight. The front 2 guys have separated out and looking comfortable in this race. The 17 plate in there in 3. That is Arthur Mason fending off a couple of attacks, one of them from Lewis Rothwell out of BMX Woodhead Photography. He's just been shuffled back to about 5 or 6. That looks like Brixton BMX working their way through for a top 4. That was Vernal Challenger. Big Hens on track then. Crucial Racing, last year's national champion. Smooth as you like through the 3rd straight. The 12 plate in there behind him. That is Noah Northcott doing it for Reactive Racing. Seb Perry in there in 3. They're all queuing up behind the 115, heading in and out of that final corner. That was Carter Kennedy. Astar Racing now under all sorts of pressure. Pekka BMX getting involved. Inside the top 4, that was Caleb Tuol. Next up, in and out of turn number 2, Oakley Hill. Fast as you like all day. Out front once again, LCC race team looking good. The 11 plate in there in 2, Charlie Blakeburn out of MK Evolution. That looks like the 183. That is Jack Caldwell out of Absolute in there in 4, chasing down the rider out of the Hawks. That is Khan Gurin picking up the 3 spot as they take it across the line. One rider exits right onto the pro section. Out of Green Machine, that was Callum Wood. For your race leader, Alex Vitols, Derby BMX, looking good through the 3rd straight. He's got the 5 of Dominic Zapanos all over his back wheel, doing it for Hot Shot Racing, looking for a way through to a race victory. Down the last straight then, Vitols, he's going to hang on to the race win. Zapanos for the 2. The 21 plate going to round out the top 3 positions. That was Lawson Hitchings. 10-year-old girls on track. The 4 on the plate, Maisie Dyson, Bradford Bandits, leading this one out. The 5 plate in there behind her. Ice Bikes UK, Amika Gibson, who's in there in the 3. That is the 3 plate of Lauren Snell. Fluid Bicycle Motocross, the front 3 ladies having a battle out front. Who's in there for the 4? That's the 9 plate working her way through. Layla Dixon out of Hot Shot Racing. Just shuffled back the rider out of the Cumbernauld Centurions. That was Ellie Robertson, who's back there in 5 now. Last straight action then, it is going to be Dyson, Gibson, Snell in that order. 1 on the bike, Phoebe Millar leads out the next moto, going 1 and 2 with the 12 plate of Autumn Moore out of Exeter Eagles. That looks like an E8 plate inside the top 3. Ella Grant doing it for Absolute, who's in there in the 4. That's the 17 of Pananicha Castro with the 7 in at 5. That is Alice Barron, Allen's Factory Supercross, in and out of the final corner. It is your national champion from 2025, Moto 1 Muckhoffs. Katie Millar taking the race win. British champ on track, then Charlie Dowsing going airborne into turn number 2. He's leading out this race, being chased down by Joseph Dewis, doing it for Fast Signatures, the 28 plate, looking for a piece of the top 2 action. That is George Kellum out of TNT. He's in there in 3 at the moment. That looks like Gosport then on T in there in 4. Got to be Rory Smith under all sorts of pressure down to the line. I think that was Aston John Lee. Astar Racing picking up the 4 on the line. Yes, he did. Smith in 5. Next up, as they bring it through the 3rd straight, that looks like a W8 plate, bringing it on round. Thomas Giles sorted race gear. Green Machine in there in that 2 spots. Across the line, that was Arthur Donaldson. Race 201 on the exit of that first corner. The 4 plate Rex Ford going 1 and 2 with the 15 of Aidan Baptiste as they bring it into that second corner. Both riders jumping their way into that second turn. Who's in there in 3? The 8 plate of Seth Kacharik out of Radco Racing. The 27 plate is inside the top 4 as well. That's Alexi Carlos heading into the final turn and back out again. The battle out front, Ford putting the pressure on Baptiste. Baptiste is going to hang on to the race win. Seth Kachare picking up a podium position. One on the bike, gonna be Ethan Shaw leading out the next moto. Pro Star BMX looking over the 30 plate in near in the 2. That is Oliver Hawker doing it for TNT. Preston Pirates got a rider inside the top 3. That's Georgia Ludgate on the 849 plate. Who's in there for the 4? Looks like we've got the 38 plate of Oscar Ryder Bays out of Braintree BMX Club. Gets it a little bit wrong through the 3rd straight, but hangs on to that top 4 position as he take it down the last straight. Pro Stop BMX out front though. Ethan Shaw absolutely flying. Smiley's Fly Club on track. 21 on the plate, that is Jacob Dent. Leading it as he take it into turn number 2. He's got SVT Mongoose right there with him. Tobias Groves, the move came from Seb Staines in turn number 2. Just got caught up in a bit of traffic though, so he's shuffled back to 3. The 29 plate out of BRE Racing is in this one. That is William Arnold out of Cornwall BMX Club is in there. Chasing Staines through the final straight. Staines is going to hang on to the 3 for Derby. It almost went all sorts of wrong in turn number 1 for Jesse Rose, but he's still upright and picking up the lead as he take it into the 2nd turn. But Jack Hayes wants something to do, and he's trying to find a way around the outside of Rose in that 2nd corner. Didn't quite make his stick, so he's coming back at him down the 3rd straight. Who's that in there in 3? It looks like we've got a rider out of Derby BMX Club. That is Charlie Sheriff. Look at the move from Haynes, a high-low, made it work, executed it perfectly. Haynes, Rose, 1 and 2, Sheriff in 3.
Right, girls, I'll go Moto 205, the 11 and the 2 out in front. That is going to be Arabella Denton and Florence Dyson going 1 and 2. The 8 trying to get involved is Rosie Geddes from Astar Racing in there in that 3rd position, being tracked down by the 12 of Emma Dean, who's on 2 bikes today, going well on the cruiser. In and out of that final turn. Manchester's Florence Kay inside the top 5, but under pressure as they come to the line. Dyson takes it at the stripe. Denton, Geddes, Dean, Kay and Graham. Race 206. That is Agnes Lamb in there in 1, battling away with Holly Bishop. These 2 girls absolutely flying. Eliza Powell in there in that 4th spot. She's got the 5 plate for company. That's going to be Molly Tomlinson. Doing it for Fluent now. Drag race down the final straight. Agnes and Holly to the line. Holly gets it just. 207 is Yamoto. Sam Snell, Ted Malkin, Bradley Grimm, Xander Cartledge, Stan Duffy, Ted Harvey, Oscar Hall and Ollie Todd. It's the Dragon Rider, Xander Cartledge, leading it out right now. He's in there in 1. Sam Snell in 2. Ted Harvey in 3. Ollie Todd in his Peterborough Club jersey. I love a club jersey. Definitely 90s BMX when you've got a club jersey on. Props if you rep your club at national level. Race 206. Shearing, Distin, Jones, Hewitt, Souter, Cordery, Watson and Warner in and out of the turn. Cordery threading the needle, chasing down the 4 of Teddy Jones. So it's Jones and Cordery going 1 and 2. Pro Starter in there as well. Sebastian Hewitt working his way into 3. Cumbernauld, Ewan Souter in there in about 5 and getting involved, coming under pressure from the 18 of Moray Watson. Meanwhile, Jones and Cordery still going at it down the final straight. Jones is going to get it from Cordery. Hewitt in there in 3. I think Moray Watson picked up a 4 from Ollie Warner. Right, here we go. 14 plate. Someone ring 999 because Arthur Claydon is actually on fire. Jaden O'Connell in there as well. Going through in 2, doing it for the Irish connection. Just been swooped by the 26 of Jamie Robertson. Sammy Stacks in there as well. Jace Graham, Sean Lowe. Jensen McLaren's as well out of Norwich. As we look at moto number 210, I have a sneaking suspicion that is the world at number 8 leading it through. Jacob Anderson being pursued by Benny Jackson. Preston Newmarsh Powell in there as well. It's a big old sprint to the line, and Jacob's got the best of it. As we move on and watch Connor Hemphill leading it out, doing it for Sorted Race Gear. Had a win in Teal just 1 week ago. Claydon in there in 2, Beasley in 3. Ollie Thorne doing it for Exeter BMX. Ryan Raysack in there doing it for Ireland. The 31 and the 17. Leo Bradley and Aidan Dowling, but there's no stopping Connor Hemphill. He's going to take it from Claydon and Beasley. Moving on to 212. Finn Munro, Alan's BMX, the 12 plate going through in that second spot. Kylan Gordon, Tempo BMX UK. Ronnie, the Landshark Wood in there in 3. LCC mounted. Brightly coloured jersey, love the combination. Joseph McAvoy in 4. Finn takes it to the line. Finn, Kylan, Ronnie, Joseph. Who's going to get the 5? Oh, it was close, but it went to Benjamin Gray. Jack Swales, Thomas Henning, the 16 plate of Oliver Riches leading it out. We had a message off Mum. She is watching the live stream. Now, the 11 working his way in, Hugo Dayton. Tom Henning in there as well, BM Racing. Trying to work his way into a top 4. Dayton under pressure. Riches has been shuffled back to 3. Tawalde taking the 2. Betty Wills leading out Moto 214. Amelia Rowe as well. Rachel Pritchard for the Hawks in there in 4. Chasing down Ellie Beats. The 20 and the 15. 20 is Jessica Cox, the 18 is Erin Toogoods. And the 15 is Izzy Dolan. Race 215, Isla Milne. In this one, Trixie Trays, Maisie Surtees, April Woods. Erin Holmes, Darcy Payne and Maisie Egan. Maisie in there in 2, chasing down Trixie Trays. Erin Holmes out of Braintree. April Wood on the 113, Darcy Payne in there in 4. Erin Holmes in 5, Trixie takes it to the line. Followed by Maisie. 216, Grace Hudak battling with Freya Monforte. Sorted Race Gear versus Muckoff. Moto 1. Bonnie Dudley in there in 3, Aria Rose Lee, Astar Racing rounding out the 4. India Bennett battling for the 5 out of Bangor City BMX Club. But it's Grace, Freya, Bonnie, your top 3.
Cruisers on track, 13 to 14-year-olds into turn number 2, and it is Benny Marco leading this one out for DC Cycles. That looks like Sorted Race Gears. Charlie Cotton chasing him down. Huey Hall in there in 3, doing it for Fluin. Who's in the 4? Looks like Yusuf Almas Fordham in and out of the final corner. Then front 4 looking safe and clear, but Hall sticking the move on Cotton at the line. He's going to go from 3 to 2. Oliver Arnold leads out the next moto, doing it for Smiley's Flight Club, the 26 plate in there behind him. Sam Dolan doing it for the Brookwood Park National Race Team. Who's in there for 3? Looks like Harris Wales doing it for Fast Signatures. Tried to tee up a high-low move in turn 2, and it looks like he's paid off as he brings it back through the 3rd straight. Swales then up to 2, Dolan back in 3. Who's in there for 4 as he bring it down the final straight? That's a 25 plate of Lucas Stoneman out of Bath BMX. Adam Arnold looked to try and thread the needle in turn number 1, but your national champ from last year, Leighton Harding, is going to lead out the moto into turn number 2. Arnold trying to keep the pressure on in that second spot. As he exit that second corner, it's looking like Hunter Malion is in there in 3, doing it for Brixton BMX, who's working his way into 4. That looks like Savage Racing. Bodie Markley on the 724 plate, he's in there in the 4 spot, trying to chase down Malion to the line, but he's going to settle for the 4. 15-16 cruisers on track, then BMX Widow Photography leading it out from the 17 plate in there in two. That is Max Surridge out of Redditch BMX Club, so it is Cooper McCrum out front looking good, smooth as you like through the third straight. There's 6X in there in three, that is Hadley Harding. DC Cycles, look at the move in the final turn. That looked like Stevenson out of tempo. BMX were trying to work his way into a top three spot, didn't quite get close enough. Alfie Sim neck and neck into turn number one on the outside of Jake McKenna, so it's McKenna leading the race on the 7X plate. The 11 of Freddie Warwork has worked his way into a two spot. Alfie Sim's on the inside into turn number two, didn't quite dive underneath, so he's shuffled back to about four, battling it out with Todd Smith-Dobman as they bring it into the final corner. Where's Robin? Oh, it got all sorts of busy. Todd Smith-Dobman took full advantage. It goes from about 4 to 1 in that final turn. Alfie Sim tries to work his way into a 4. Robin Matter and Alonso ends up in 5. Todd Smith-Dobman though, what a move that was in turn number 3. More 15-16-year-old cruiser action coming your way. That is the 2X on the bike. New and Hindley team here, leading it from Eric McSwitty. BMX Widow Photography, he's going to bring it down the final straight inside the top 2 with Warren in there in 3. Last moto then for the 15-16-year-old cruisers for the weekend, and you are looking at your world number 3 going 1 and 2 with the 6 plate of Jack Walford, doing it for Evolve Collective as they bring it into turn number 2. That is Lucas Smith on the 680 plate inside the top 3, chasing down your front 2 riders. Cotty still leading it out though, the 25 plate in 4. That is Aidan Giles out of Ipswich, under all sorts of pressure from Reactive Racing down the final straight. Owen Miller looking for a piece of the top 4 pie, didn't quite get close enough, he'll have to settle for 5. Moving on to the 17-29-year-old cruisers then. That's got to be Charlie Roy on the 300 plate leading this one out, going 1 and 2 with the 10 plate of Luca Manzi, bringing it into that second corner. Mo is in there in 4, chasing down Jason Daly in 3. Who's in there for the 5? There's a scrap going on, and it's Colby Hall that's worked his way around the outside to go from 6 to 5 in and out of the final turn. They're looking to pick up a top 4 spot as well as he puts the pressure on Mowat, but Mowat's going to hang on to the 4, Hoare in 5. Couple of riders out of Moto 1 in this one, and they're going 1 and 3 in and out of that first corner. It's going to be the 5 plate leading it out. Tom Miller out there in front, Luke Davis-Hayes in there in 2, doing it for CGR. The 7 is Theo Pope in there for 3. Who's in 4? That looks like Connor Blythe out of DC Cycles. Zach Green in there in 5. In and out of that final corner then. Moto 1 looking good to go 1 and 3, but here comes the pressure from Luke Davis-Hayes at the line. Just about nicks it on the wire by Whiskers on the line. Josh Cates on track, leads it into that second corner. Joe Warbridge in there in the 2. Who's picking up the 3? Looks like that could be Jack LeBras bringing it through that third straight on the 21 plate. Max Henderson in there in 4, doing it for DC Cycles. Matt McHugh in there in 5, battling it out with Niall Moss down the final straight. McHugh's going to hang on to the 5, Moss in 6. Rab Racing 1 and 2. Yesterday's 1 and 2 in the final as well. Alex Brooks, Dan Wilson in that order. Who's in there for 3? It looks like we've got a fast signatures rider. That is Stan Palmer. DC Cycles in there in 4. That's the 18 plate of Caden Roberts. In and out of that final corner. Brooks, Wilson, Rab Racing, smooth as you like down the last straight. That's how they're going to finish. Last rack of the 17-29-year-old cruisers and race 228. That is the 12 on the plate. Pete Watson heading in towards that second corner. Rocky O'Brien, John O'Haradine in there as well. Arne Esselmont's in there in the 4. Tom Whitaker's in 5 and the 27X in 6. Zachary Tier out of Savage Racing looking for a move on Whitaker in the final turn, but Watson going to take that race win.
30-39 cruisers, just 4 riders in this one. Chris Hearn, John Livingston, Jack Hudson and Martin is Smiley Brown. Smiley in there in 3, chasing Hudson. Livingston leading it out. Chris Hearn in there in that 4th spot and pushing hard. Feels like John Livingston's done every BMX season for only knows how long. And he's still showing no signs of slowing down. He's going to take it to the line. Livingston, Hudson, Brown and Hearn. Oh! Spur cleats, anyone? Well, he was having a roll round on the floor then for a split second. Acro Ali Adzans scaring the living daylights out of us as Dan Popel takes it into the final corner. Ash Richardson in there in 2. Ryan Jones, Kieran Wood, and Agro Aliadzans. Race 2:31. Hopefully Grant Yerbury's going to have a better lap this time around. He's made it further than he did the last time. Chris Evans in there, leading it out. Andy Groves, Chris Coltman, Lee Grant and Mike Whittaker all in this one as well. Well, Whittaker doing it for the YouTube algorithm. In and out that final turn in 4th. As Chris Evans takes the win. Right, quarterfinals are drawn, and we are going straight in to those quarterfinals after the motos. So we're straight into quarterfinals after the motos. Check your sheets, please. Have a look. Make sure you know where you need to be and when you need to be there. As Kieran McAvoy takes the win in moto number 232. 233 in and out of the turn. Dylan Dixon out in front. That looks like Ian Smythe, I think, in there in 2. Doing it for the Gosport National Race Team, James Moores, Andy Kennedy, Lewis Allison, Chris Platt, Nick Lewis. Lewis in there in that 4th spot. The 8 plate going through in 5 is Andrew Lockwood from Nottingham BMX Club, but Dylan Dixon takes it to the line from Ian Smythe. There was a bit of crash bang wallop going on in the moto after that, which was the first of the 9 to 12-year-olds. Leo Bradley doing it for Rusty Nut Racing as the 169 of Grace Ledgerwood Bar out of Exeter BMX Club. Pushing hard, we see that effort, Grace, all the time. The 18 of Freddie Walsh. Resilient Racing in there in 3. But it's going to be Bradley, McAvoy going 1 and 2. Walsh in 3, Rory Smythe in 4. More 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Josh Bain, Jack Swales, Jackson Chapman Davis, where is Emma Dean? She's in there in 4 at the moment, chasing those boys. Jack Swales out front doing it for Fast Signatures. The 19 in there in 2. Thomas Barnard. Emma's in there in 4. Trying to catch up with Josh Bain down that final straight. Bradley Grimm, I think, picks up the 5. .866 and the 33. Frederick Strait and Arthur Mason going 1 and 2. King Rom's in there in 5. That's Rocco Jenkins in 3. Who's got the 4? It is the 319 of Colwyn Jones out of the Gosport National Race Team. Oh, rider down in the final turn. That was Albert Turner sliding out. 40 to 45 cruiser. Norbert Marco. Now look at the battle for 2. That involves the template of Andy Todd. He's fighting it out with Northeast BMX's Jamie Rose. The 14 is Ross Kennedy. Was it not a daytime TV presenter called Ross Kennedy? Have I got that wrong? It sounds very familiar, doesn't it? He did TV AM or something. Yeah, have a Google. Ross Kennedy, I'm sure he's a TV presenter. Right, Matthew Trincart and Rich Stevenson, Simon Toogood. That is your 1, 2 and 3. Mark Steele, I think, in there in 4. Neil Turblanche getting involved as well. Big Nige. Oh, he's a rugby player, was he? I'm sure there was a TV presenter called Ross. Oh, whatever. Google that as well. Is that tall, was he? Right, you carry on Googling, Lewis. I'll carry on with this malark. Is it? Yeah. All right, okay. Anyway, Reedy and O'Brien having a battle. We're talking about daytime TV presenters. Brett Knight's just taken the fourth. Oggy got a third. Flem Dog will be dancing around his living room as we look at Stu Little. Out in front. Brixton's Dominic Elliott in there in two. Here comes Cotty. In there in that third spot. You can tell he wants the two. Look at the gritted teeth as he goes down that final straight. Oh, did he get it? He did! Right in the line. Mark Cotty Cottrell as Stephen Hassel goes into second place. Chasing down Alan Hill, the beast from the northeast, Pete Butler. That's going to stick, that one, it really is. Gary Carver, what a palaver. Yeah.
'55 plus cruisers, Chris Madron leading them out. One rider down in the turn, that was Tim Drew. Put your hands together for Tim. He's up, going to finish his lap. Moves being made down the third straight. Astar Racing, Stuart Campbell, Chris Madron in that order, Dave Lindsay, David Knowles. Ice Bikes in there as well. That is Stephen Joy, rounding out the top 5 spots. Race number 243, 55 plus cruisers, waging war on there. 24, who's leading it out? Looking like we've got Brett Archibald, BMX Woodard Photography, bringing it through the second straight at the moment. The 6th plate of Billy Stupple going through in 2 and 3 with Paul Bernard on the 17. Bernard looks for a high-low in turn number 2, trying to find a way past Stupple, and I think he's found it as they bring it into the final corner. The Warlocks in this one in about 4, battling it out with Keith Brown out of Team Mine, heading down the final straight. The Warlock hanging on to the 4. Brown's in there for the 5. Charlesworth, Featherstone, Whittaker, Musgrove, Notman and Ricketts. Brett Featherstone elbow to elbow with Steve Notman as they bring it through the second straight. That looks like James Musgrove in there in 3. Evolve Collective though out front looking good. Allen's Factory Supercross, Steve Notman going to pick up the win in race 244. 13 to 16-year-old girls cruiser now out on track. Ailey Watson, BMX Woodard Photography out front, going 1 and 2 with Emily Grimm out of Team Air. Olivia Webb in this one as well. She's in there in about 4 at the moment. Lottie McFarlane making moves, working her way around the outside to go from 3 to 2. That shuffles Grimm back to 3. Her teammate right there with her, battling it out down the final straight. Webb just about nicking the 3 spot on the line. Emily Grimm in 4. Paige Cathcart Gunnison leading out the next 13 to 16-year-old girls cruiser. Moto in and out of that second turn. Savage Racing out front. The Centurion's got a rider in this one. That is Elizabeth Graham going 2 and 3 with a 3.69 of Sadie McSwitty out of BMX Woodard Photography. Team A in there in 4. That is Clara Salmond. That's how they're going to bring it down the final straight with Cathcart Gunnison out front. 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser now out on track. Pro Star BMX. Hannah Drew, 1 on the plate. Alexis McCartney, sorted race gear. Molly Nice on the 8 plate out of DC Cycles in 3. Charlotte Jackson, Allen's Factory in 4. But it's going to be Hannah Drew picking up that moto win. Race 248 heading towards the first corner. Anya Mata and Alonso repping the colours of España in and out of that first turn. It is Alonso going 1 and 2 with the 6X plate of Isla Radcliffe, doing it for Hot Shot Racing. Pro Star got a rider in there in 3. That is Hannah Hedges out of Gospel BMX Club, being chased down though by Amy Willett in the retro racing kit. In and out of the final turn. Alonso, she's going to wrap up this moto win smooth as you like down the final straight. As Maybo Factory Team UK go 1 and 3 on the exit of turn number 1. In the next race, that is Lily Chittle, European number 2, leading this one out. Yetka Hemstock in there into Izzy Hurry. Works her way from 4 to 3 in that first corner. She's now chasing down Yetka through the third straight. The 2-plate of Olivia Firth in there in fourth, doing it for Sorted Race Gear. In and out of the final corner. Chisua picking up that race win. Another one to add to the collection for this weekend. Her teammate goes through in 3. 30+ women's cruiser now out on track. SJN going airborne into turn number 1. Hotshot Racing, your world number 3 lead in this one out. Fawn Clements in there into the 7. It's Nikki Stitch in there in 3. Emily Ireland in at 4. Who's picking up the 5? That looks like Suzanne Jenkins out of RTR Resilient Team Racing. Being chased down at the third straight, bringing it into the final corner. Karen Evans, Claire Albert also in this moto, but your race winner SJN on the W3 bike. 3 on the plate in the penultimate moto of block number 1. Rebecca Gold, Absolute Bicycle Motocross, leading it out from Anita Wong and Lee Pendleton going through in 2 and 3. That looks like your world number 8 in there in 4. Josephine Burston along with the 14 plate of Coach Chizzy in there in 5. Last turn action down the final straight. It is going to be Rebecca Gold picking up that race win. Race 252. Kim Batsford, Jump Club S&M Source leads it out of the first corner, going 1 and 2 with Magic Manda and her Healing Hands of Heaven. In and out of that second corner, Marsha Brook in there in 3. Who's picking up the 4? That looks like the 738 of Susanna Farawan, Bad BMX. Team Bunny's got a couple of riders in this one, the 25 and the 16. That is Tracy Sharp, Grace Turner, Joe Gray in there in 6. But it is Kim Batsford picking up the last moto win of the morning. Just about. And we are ready to go quarterfinal racing, ladies and gents. Straight into the quarters. If you're in the quarterfinals and you're not in the pens, you need to get yourself there immediately, please.
Well, I hope we've got riders in the pens for these quarters. If you're not, chop chop, get yourselves in there. Right, quarterfinal number 1, the 9-year-old boys heading down the hill. Connor Grant right from the outside, gate number 8. Clayton on the inside, that looks like Mr. Atlas Lewis Field, who's in there in 4th at the moment with Retro Racing's Finley Kerr on the outside looking in 5. 3-3-4, that belongs to Charlie Crossley out of Tiverton. In that 3rd spot, Clayton and Grant's are having a right old scrap out in front. Lewis Field is the man in that final qualifying position right now. Kerr's really going to have to turn it on if he wants to pick up that 4th spot. Doesn't look like he's going to get it. Clayton for the win, Atlas Field for 4.
9-year-old second quarterfinal hits the track. Bunchik is on the inside, but it's going to be sorted. Race gears, Oscar rather fast, leading it in and out of turn number 1. Bunchik's in there in 2, doing it for Pekka. BMX is 617 in 3. That is looking like Jude Shearer out of the Centurions crew. He's hanging on to a qualifying spot in there in 4 at the moment as Archie Walsgrove's worked his way from 4 to 3. Looking good to take it through to the semi-finals at the moment. Last turn action, that looks like it could be Burnham BMX. Dougie Campbell, I think that is in there in 5, but it's going to be Shearer hanging on to 4.
Right, 9-year-olds, more quarterfinals. This is the 3rd. Arlo Payne, he's on the outside looking in right now. He's trying to find that 4th spot, but he's got to fight with the 707 to get it, and that is Vincent Olivier out of Peckham BMX Cup. Let's have a look who's leading it out. I've got a funny feeling it's Archie Fisher. It is Fisher in there. He won the 117. Getting in there as well is Cooper Crowley, Jack Taylor, Arlo Payne's making it in. He's under pressure though now from Rory Kempsford as they come down the final straight. Payne and Kempsford for the final spot in the semi. Payne gets it.
Final quarter-final for the 9-year-olds is a go. Logan Aceto's in this one. 2 riders going airborne through the first jump. One of them is Pure Bikes, and that is Teddy Gorman. Gorman leads it out. Oh, there's all sorts of traffic in turn number 1. Frankie Jones has been shuffled back to 4. One rider taking advantage was Augustus Bartolini. He's up there in about 3. Jones dives under in turn number 2. They're all swapping and changing positions. So it is going to be Gorman, Aceto, Jones, 1, 2, 3. Rudy Pleasance Ford is in there in 4. Oh, Bartolini slips his pedals in the final turn. Rudy Pleasance Ford is going to take that final qualifying spot.
Right, Henry Sullivan, Noah Northcott, 1 and 2. That looks like Joe Pritchard, who's in that 4th spot at the moment. He's got a scrap on his hands because the 13 of Seb Perry has just worked his way through. The Brixton rider, Vernell Challenger, is the man in that 3rd position. There's a 3-way battle going on for that 4th spot. 29's getting in there as well. That is Pritchard. So, as they get to the line, Perry's going to take the 3. Challenger is going to get the 4.
10-year-old quarterfinal number 2 is a go. That's got to be Alex Vitos leading it out for Derby BMX Club, going 1 and 2 with the 7 of Christian Garbachik as they bring it back through the 2nd straight. Dominic Zapanos is in there in 3, repping the hot shot colours in and out of turn number 2. Vitos, Garbachik, Zapanos looking good. The template is Callum Wood, he's in there in 3, repping the Green Machine Tribe team heading into the final corner. Back out they go. Wood looking safe and clear in the final qualifying spot. Vitos, Garbachik, Zapanos, Wood 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Right, looking for the familiar figure of Oakley Hill on that orange Supercross, and he's leading into the turn. Jake Avis is in there as well. That looks like Leo Britz in there in 3, and Rusty Nut Racing, Elliot Hatch, that is your 1, 2, 3 and 4. The 14 of Alfie Thorne is in there in 5. He's got a little bit of work to do if he wants to make it through into the semi-finals. Front 4 are looking good right now. Oakley Hill is the man out in front. Hill, Avis, Britz, Hatch, that is your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Thorne's not done. He's having a go down the final straight. Oh, couldn't quite make it stick.
The last 10-year-old quarter-final is led away by your world number 3, Antek Perebny. Goes airborne out of turn number 1. He's teeing up the jump into turn number 2 and he sends it. He's going 1 and 2 with Alexander Gilbert out of Fluid Bicycle Motocross. but he's absolutely left the pack at the moment. The 17 plate is Arthur Mason, he's in there in 3, the 11. In 4 is Charlie Blakeburn. He's being chased into the final corner by Lawson Hitchings, repping BRE. Has he got enough left in the tank for Blakeburn? Blakeburns going to hang on. Hitchings out in 5.
Right, Shaw, Kacharik, Kitchen. 1, 2, 3 into the turn. We've lost the rider who's got that 4th spot at the moment. Right now, it is the 12 plate allensbmx.com. Ollie Bird in that final position to get himself into the semi-final, being chased down by Jacob Russell and the TNT rider George Kellum. So Bird's got to hang it out all the way to the finish line. Russell's got 4 or 5 bike to make up. It's going to be Pro Start crossing that line. Ethan Shaw, Kacharik, 1 and 2.
11-year-olds on track in quarterfinal number 10. Aidan Baptiste has been shot out of a cannon and he's left everyone in and out of turn number 1. He's going 1 and 2 with last year's British champ. That's Charlie Dawson doing it for BMX. Oh, it got busy through the second straight. Team A has been shuffled back a couple of spots. That's Oakley Lewisfield. He's trying to bank pose in turn number 2 with our stars Aston John Lee. He's up to 4 at the moment, chasing down Cardiff and Lexi Carlos. Carlos then looking good and safe to take it through. Aston John Lee, he's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot and put pressure on Carlos.
Quarterfinal number 11, the 11-year-olds, Tom Giles, Rex Ford, absolutely side by side into turn number 1. The 50 plates, I think it was in there, is Hudson Edis out of Bournemouth. He's in there in 3. Green Machine Tribes, Arthur Donaldson, he's in there in 4, being chased down by Joseph Jewis. Jewis in 5. Might just have a little bit too much to do down that final straight. It's going to be Giles, Ford, Donaldson, Edis making it in.
The last of the 11-year-old quarterfinals exits turn number 1, and they are led away by the 7 of Jesse Rose. Where is Jack Haynes? He's getting busy in there at about 3 at the moment. Got a bit of work to do because he's stuck behind Tobias Groves, who made it happen in turn number 2. So it's Rose, Groves, Haynes, 1, 2, 3, the 22 plates in there in 4. That's Dougie Johnson, but he's got Seb Staines swerving and swerving all over his back wheel down the final straight. Has he got enough left in the tank? Staines is unlucky in 5.
Right, Jacob Anderson in and out of the turn. Benny Jackson's been pushed. No, he's third in that second spot. Sorry, mixed him up. Kylan Gordon, Rex Beasley, 1, 2, 3 and 4 involved, trying to get involved in there as well. Who was that? It's Freddie Ray Orland. So, Orland in that final qualifying spot. Beasley's in there in 5, dives in the turn, makes the swoop. Rex Beasley, is he going to hold it to the line? Yes, he is. Orland out in 5.
Connor Hemhill is in charge of quarterfinal number 14 as they bring it through the second straight. The 15 plate is Isaac Moore, repping Exeter Eagles as they bring it into turn number 2. Ronnie the Landshark Wood is in there in 3, European number 8, being chased down by the 42 plate of the Tawaldi brothers. That's Lucas Tawal in and out of the final corner. Pekka BMX then looking good to take that final qualifying spot in behind Wood, Moore and Hemhill.
Right, Arthur Claydon's in this one. Hugo Dayton, Preston Newmarsh, Pow as well. Pow's leading it through. Pro Starter in there in 3. That's Sebastian Hewitt. And Hugo Dayton has that final qualifying spot right now. He's in there in 4, being chased down by Jamie Robertson. He's got about 4 bike lengths to play with. Preston Newmarsh, Pow in and out of the turn. Claydon, Hewitt, Dayton. Dayton's under pressure. Robertson's getting closer. Dayton holds it to the line.
There was all sorts of squeezing going on down the hill in quarterfinal number 16, but it is led away by the 3 plate of Finn Munro going 1 and 2 with the 4. Oh, Teddy Jones doing it for BMX Hype. Where's the rusty nut rider? He's inside the top 3. That's Leo Bradley. He's got Edward Cordery right there on his back wheel, looking good for a qualifying spot at the moment, but he's got the 53 right there with him. Out of Dragon Riders, that is Alexander Carledge. He came up short in the final turn. McAvoy's now up to 5, doing all he can to close the gap. He's not going to get close enough. He's going to run out of time and room.
17 to 29-year-old cruisers the quarter-final. Joshua Cates out in front. Arne Esselmont in there as well. Big old battle going on. DC Cycles, Max Henderson, Goodfellow, and Connor Blythe's in there as well. And I think it's Blythe in that 4th spot. Yes, it is. Tom Whittaker, Team Mind, I think, trying to get through as well. taking it to the line. It's going to be Kate taking the win.
29-year-old quarterfinal number 2 on the cruisers. Alex Brooks, Rocket, Brian, that's your 1 and 2. Luke Davis, Hayes is in a qualifying spot in there in 3. Where is Matt McHugh? He's in there in 4, but he's got John O'Haradine looking for a way through at the moment, but he's exited turn number 2 really well, and he's created a bit of a gap for himself heading into the final corner. Then Brooks, European number 2, safe and clear from the pack. O'Brien, Hayes 2 and 3. Who's going to get the fall? The pressure came from Haradine, and he's nicked it on the line.
Quarterfinal number 3 for the 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. Dan Wilson, Thomas Miller, 1 and 2. The 7th place, Theo Pope, he's in there in 3. I think that's Colby Hoare of DC Cycles, who's got that 4th spot right now, being chased down by Niall Moss. In and out of the turn we go. It's going to be Wilson, Miller, Pope, and Colby Hoare in there as well.
Final quarterfinal hits the track for block 1, and it is led by Moto 1's Charlie Roy. Pete Watson's glued to his back wheel through the second straight. That looks like one of the fast signatures, boys. Inside the top 3, that is Stanley Palmer, but he's got Joe Walbridge for company as he exit the second turn and bring it through the third straight. Where's Mowat? He's on the inside into the final turn, looked underneath, put in a dive under. That gives Walbridge some space, so it's going to be Roy, Watson, Palmer, Walbridge, 1, 2, 3 and 4.
5 minutes to your semis, people. 5 minutes to your semi-finals. Right, someone did mention to me earlier on, I can't remember who it was, sent me an Instagram message that Shay Jordan from Birmingham BMX Club is doing a Land's End to John O'Groats fundraiser. I'm assuming it's on a bike. So there is some form of social media page, Facebook, I'm sure, GoFundMe, all that kind of stuff. So if you do see something involving Shay Jordan at our Birmingham BMX Club, feel free to drop him a few quid. That would be absolutely lovely. Thank you very much. And I believe the lady from Children with Cancer charity is in the building as well. So if you do see Vicky, please put a couple of quid in the bucket. I believe she has a card reader, so you can make your donation electronically. So yeah, that's another very worthy cause we're raising money for this weekend. So that would be jolly good if you could do that.
We are ready to go semi-final racing, ladies and gents. The 7-year-old boys are lining up on the gate.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch gate.
Semi-finals are a go for block 1, and we are looking at the 7-year-old boys. Luke Barron has been shot out of a cannon. Allen's Factory Supercross leading into turn number 1. Preston Pirates right there with him. That's Owen Wheater being chased down by the 142 of Alejandro Crudo Estevez, doing it for the Brunty crew, heading into the second corner. Who's the rider out of Gosport? That is Oliver Savage. So Savage up to the top 4, looking to take it through to the main. Looks like Wheater slipped his pedal and dropped back to 3. Crudo Estevez is up to 2. Luke Barron, no one's catching him down the final straight. Barron, Estevez, Wheater, Savage, 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Right, semi-final number 2. He predicted it in the pens. I had a little conversation with Jensen just a couple of minutes ago. He went, "Are you the commentator?" I went, "Yeah." He went, "I'll be the one at the front." And as by magic, he is. Jensen Dyke out in front. Where is Jack Bean? He's in there in 2. We've got Freddie Mitchellmore in there, Albie Howe as well, the 885 and the 953, Albie Howe and Freddie Mitchellmore. That is your 3 and 4 at the moment, but the man out in front is Jensen Dyke. He's going to take it. Mitchellmore's going to pick up the 4. Howe, I think, the unlucky man. Oh, he's in there. Milo Fox bombed out in 5.
Sanders Horns leads this one through with a 299 of Arthur Kinge as they bring it into that second corner. Looks like we've got a Brunty rider in there as well, Leon Kazoziak. He's picking up a top 3 position at the moment. The rider in 4, Mongoose, is Harry Taylor. Oh my word, they're swarming around him. Oh, he got busy into the final turn. Taylor was the unfortunate recipient. Last straight action gonna be the 822. Henry Dodd's gonna pick up that final qualifying spot.
Right, semi-final number 4. This one's absolutely stacked. Tomlinson, Bromelo, Cactins, Bridle, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Shelby Yates on the outside looking in right now. Jamira's in there in 6. So is Oliver Bridle going to thread the needle and work his way in? He's in there in 4. Shelby's been shuffled back a spot. Lewin's gone up a spot. Tomlinson, Bromelo, Cactins, Bridle, 1, 2, 3, 4. Jamira out in 5.
9-year-old girls are on track for their first semi-final. Maggie Devine leads them away from Maybo Factory Team UK. She's going 1 and 2 with the 104 plate of Visimore out of BRE Racing. Moto 1 Muckhoff has got Esme Anderson inside the top 3. That's your British champion from last season. So your front 3 ladies are running away at the moment. It looks like Allen's Factory got 2 riders. They look like they're going to scrap it out for the final qualifying spot. Brendell's got the upper hand. McGoldrick's in there in 5, putting the pressure on down the final straight. Brendell, McGoldrick. Brendell's going to hang on to it. McGoldrick in 5.
Right, 9-year-old girl, semi-final number 2, Mabel Pine, where is she? She's in there in 4, chasing down all the Jewish Sophia Rees, and the young lady out in front is Matilda Hewitt. Hewitt leading it through. Mabel Pine's now up into 4, Abigail Henning in there in 5. The Hackney rider Isabella Henry is in there in 6. It's going to be Hewitt, Jewish, Rees, Pine. That's going to be your top 4. Abigail heading out in 5.
9-year-old boys semi-final number 1. He's a go, and it's your British champion leading it into the turn. Crashed out earlier on, but it's not letting that face him. Crucial gang, Archie Fisher at the front of the pack. Who's in there with him? Logan Aceto's picking up the 2 spot. Who's in 3? That is Joseph Clayton out of PCR on the 453 plate. Who's picking up the top 4? That's got to be Rudy Pleasance Ford. Rudy Pleasance Ford is on the bubble at the moment. He's being chased down by Frankie Jones, doing it for BMX Hype. Last turn action. RDP looking like he's going to bring it down the last straight. Jones, has he got enough left in the tank? Looks like Rudy Pleasance Ford's going to hang on. Jones out in 5.
Right, 9-year-old semi-final number 2, Teddy Gorman, Oscar rather fast into the turn, 1 and 2. That looks like Connor Grant, who's in there in 3, Cooper Crowley in 4. So the Brunty Massive have got 2 riders in. It's Pure Bicycles leading it out. Sorted Race Gear in there in 2. Gorman, Rutherford came to grief in the final corner. Oh! He's done it again! I don't believe it! Oscar Rutherford blew a pedal over the bars. That's mixed it right up. Who's going to get 2, 3 and 4? Gorman, Crossley, Taylor and Shearer. Oh my words.
Big Hens is on track, ladies and gents, leading out the first of the 10-year-old semi-finals. Big Hens in 1, Vitols in 2, Zapanos in 3, Alexander Gilbert's in 4. He's got the 12 plate of Noah Northcott chasing him in and out of the final turn. Northcott with a high-low and a drag race down the final straight. Gilbert's going to hang on. Northcott unlucky in 5.
Right, Conor Grant's picking himself up. Well done, Conor, good lads. Sadly, I dropped a commentator hand grenade in the middle of the third straight. And Oscar Rutherford ran right over it. Right, second semi-final for the 10-year-old boys. This one is stacked as you like. Oakley Hill heading into that first turn with Ansek Perebny. Yeah, I mixed the boys up. They both got long hair, and I'll be stuck one for the other. So, Perebny, Hill, Garbachik in there as well. The 4 is Jake Avis. They are 1, 2, 3 and 4. The man in 5 is Callum Wood. Can he make it past Davis? He can't. He's going to go out in 5. Garbachik in 3.
Ethan Shaw leads out the first of the 11-year-old boys semi-final. On that one bike, he's going 1 and 2 with Jesse Rose. Seth Kacharik's in a qualifying spot as well, but he's on the outside into turn 2, and that leaves the door wide open for Jack Haynes to take advantage and work his way into a top 3 position. Kacharik's coming back at him down the third straight. That looks like Groves. Oh, Haynes blows it in the final turn. Groves says thank you very much, but he's now under pressure from the 22 of Dougie Johnson, but it's going to be Groves hanging on.
Right, Rex Ford and Charlie Dowsing going 1 and 2. Who else is in there as well? It's Aidan Baptiste. We're looking for the rider in 4, and that belongs to Arthur Donaldson. Green Machine Tribe, is he managing to hold on to it? Giles is right next to him. The elbows were banging as they went round the turn. Sorted Race Gear are up into 4th spot right now. It's Dowsing, Baptiste, Ford, Giles, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Donaldson unlucky in 5.
12-year-old boys are a go heading into that first corner. Benny Jackson had a bit of work to do as he brought it into the turn, but he's worked his way back into 3 just in front of Edward Cordery, who's looking to take it through to the 12-year-old boys main final. Later on today, Finn Munro, Connor Hemhill, that's your 1 and 2 at the front of the pack. They're all spreading out as they bring it through the third straight, the 12 plate. Looking to pick up a qualifying spot, that's Carlin Gordon. Looks for a high-low and a drag race down the last straight. Cordery's going to hang on though, and looking for Gordon in 5.
Right, tyres down, first turn action. Ronnie Wood trying to thread the needle. He's working his way into that fourth spot right now. Jacob Anderson, Preston Newmarsh, Pow. I think went down in that first turn actually. The 14, Arthur Claydon in there in 2. Isaac Moore in 3, Ronnie Wood in 4. Under pressure, I think he's going to hold it though. Wood's going through in that 4th spot. Oh, Preston. I think he needs a hug off mum and dad when he gets back.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the race.
12-year-old girls semi-finals are on track. Betty Wills, your world number 4, is leading it into that first corner. She's going 1 and 2 with Freya Mumford out of sorted race gear. Who's picking up the 3 and 4? Looks like Bonnie Dudley is in a qualifying spot at the moment, being chased down by Hard Knocks by Coaching's Maisie Egan. The front 4 ladies are looking safe and clear at the moment. Who's the rider in 5? That is the 113, April Wood. Got a bit of work to do to catch Egan on the exit of turn number 3. I don't think she's quite going to get close enough.
12-year-old girls semi-final, number 2, Grace Hudak, Amelia Road, Trixie Trays. All in this one, it's Hudak and Trixie Trays out there, 1 and 2. Where is Ellie Beats? She's in there in 5, she's on the outside looking in. Rachel Pritchard doing it for the Hawks in there in that 3rd spot. The 13 is Maisie Surtees. Here comes Ellie Beats working her way into 4th. It's going to be Hudak and Trays going 1 and 2. Pritchard in 3, Beats in 4, Surtees out in 5.
If you've got a higher transponder, ladies and gents, if you've got a higher transponder, please make sure you hand it back to admin when you've finished your racing to avoid mass queues at the end of the day. Thank you. 13, 14-year-old cruisers on track. That's got to be Oliver Arnold going 1 and 2 with the 2X of Harry Swales. Here comes Hunter Mallion in there in 3. The 4th spot, that's Bodie Markley, but he's under pressure down the final straight. Harding's doing all he can to catch Markley. Right the way down to the line. That one was close. Markley hung on to it. Harding in 5.
Right, Benedict Marco, Charlie Cotton, Adam Arnold. That is your 1, 2, 3 out of that first turn in semi-final number 2 for the 13 and 14-year-old cruisers. Team Mines, Louis Jeffy is the man in that 4th spot, but he's been pursued by Huey Hall. Jeffy versus Hall for the last spot in the main event. Marco, Cotton, Arnold, 1, 2 and 3. Jeffy, is he going to get the 4? I think he did.
15, 16 cruisers into turn number 1. Rab Racing's world number 3. James Cottrell leads it through. Todd Smith-Norman's in there in 2. That looks like Newton Hindley on the inside into turn number 2. It's getting busy between Newton Hindley and Freddie Warwork. Alfie Sims in there in 5, looking for a way into a qualifying spot in the last turn. Throws in a high-low, drag race down the last straight. Sim, Warwork, right the way to the line. Oh, that one was tight. Alfie Sim nicks it.
15, 16-year-old cruisers. I'm not standing too close to these guys. I might get run over. Anyway, out in front. Got a feeling it might be Mr. McSwitty in there in 1, Walford in 2, Cooper McCrum in there in 3, trying to pick up the rider in 4. I'll tell you as they cross the line, that was Adam Stevenson.
17, 29-year-old cruisers are a go. Check out Charlie Roy leading it in and out of that first corner. He's going 1 and 2 with Dan Wilson. Pete Watson's in there as well. The 2 Moto 1 Muck-Off boys are currently in 4 and 5. That's Pope picking up the qualifying spot as he stands. He's being chased by the 5 of Tom Millar heading into the final corner. Millar's got a bit of work to do. It's Roy Wilson out front. Here come Millar and Pope. That one was busy on the line. Theo Pope takes it, Watson's in 3.
Right, this one's going to be interesting because the elbows were flying as they came down that first straight. Alex Brooks was in 4. He's come out of the first turn in 1. Esselmont's in there as well in 2. That looks like Luke Davies-Hayes in there in 3. And the 6th plate going through in 4 is Rocky O'Brien. O'Brien under pressure now from Joshua Cates. O'Brien and Cates to the line. Who's going to get in on the stripe? O'Brien.
44-year-old cruisers enter that first corner. Who's leading it out? Got to be sorted. Race gear and Kieran McAvoy. Who's in there with him? Last year's national champion, Mr. Pie in a Pine. Chris Evans picking it up as they come on round. That looks like Grant Newbury inside the top three. Who's got the final qualifying spot? It's the 14 of James Moore's. Matt Eaton's not done yet though. Looks for a high-low on the exit of turn number 3. Eaton pushing all the way down to the wire. Who's going to get it? Eaton nicks it by a whisker.
40-44 cruiser semi-final number 2. Dylan Dixon, Ian Smythe, Rob Harris 1, 2 and 3. Who's got the 4 at the moment? It's the Knightswood rider, and that's going to be Jay Kempsford. Kempsford in that 4th spot under pressure from Andy Groves. Groves looking for a way through. Marston's in there as well. Mike Whittaker pushing hard as they go in and out of the final corner. Groves is on the back of Kempsford. Who's going to get it at the line? Kempsford! Just.
Okay, rider. Random start. Right. Ready. Watch the green.
Semi-final number 25 is the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Rustle Racing going airborne. That's got to be Leo Bradley. He's whole shotting into the first corner. Who's out there with him? Got to be Arthur Mason. Ripping team here. And over the 7.53 in there in 3. That's Rory Smith out of Gosport National Race Team. Fluent Bicycle Motocross have got a rider inside the top 4. That is Josh Byrne. Byrne then on the bubble at the moment. Hot Shot Racing in there as well. That is Emma Dean chasing down into the final corner. Byrne, Dean goes in a high-low. Drag racing down the final straight. Byrne's looking like he's going to hang on to it. Yes, he is taking it through to the 9 to 12-year-old Cruiser A final.
Semi-final number 2 for the 9 to 12-year-olds. Frederick State, Cooper Westwood going 1 and 2. Jack Swales is in there in 3. Who's got that 4 spot? Freddie Walsh working his way down the inside. King Ron's in there, battling for the 5 at the moment with Rocco Jenkins. So, State, Westwood, Swales, 1, 2, 3, battle on for 4. Walsh leads it into the final corner. Looks like he might hang on to it. It's going to be Walsh taking the 4.
The 50 to 54-year-olds are waging war on the 24. Reedy's throwing it under in turn number 1. He comes out in that 2 spot right behind your race leader, the W7, Alan Hill. Reedy round the outside though, goes from 2 to 1. He's having an absolute blinding lap. Reedy, Hilly, Buller, that's your 1, 2, 3. The beast from the northeast. Gaz Carver is up to the top 4. Who's in there behind him? Looks like Stu Little. Carver down to the wire. Oh, that one was close. Carver hangs on.
Blimey, that was close. Anyway, we are looking at Stephen Hassel, Martin, Oggy Ogden, Darren O'Brien. That is your 1, 2, 3. Cotty's having a better semi-final than yesterday. He's up there in that 4th spot right now. Being chased down by 2 riders, including Brett Knight. Looks like Cotty's going to hold on to it as they go in and out the final turn. Hassel, Ogden, O'Brien, Cotty all making it in.
Semi-final number 29 is the 55 plus cruiser, guys. Heading into turn number 1, the Warlocks in the middle of the pack. Stupple's in there in 5, but your race leader, BMX with a photography, Brett Archibald leading it. Dave Lindsay's in there in 2. Where is Tim Drew? He's in there in about 3. The Warlocks on the inside, banging bows with Billy Stupple. He's up to 5 and chasing down Steve Nobman. Nobman has the door shut on him by Tim Drew. Last turn action, the Warlock, Stupple looking for a way through. It looks like Nobman's going to hang on to it. Drew in 3, Lindsay in 2. Archibald picks up the win.
Right, 55 and over cruiser. That looks like Stu Campbell, Chris Badger and Paul Bernard going 1, 2 and 3. In and out of the turn. Who's got that 4th spot? It's Brent Featherstone. Musgrove's in there in 5. Knowles in 6. Meanwhile, Astar Racing, Stuart Campbell heading towards the final corner. Chris Madron picking up the 2. Bernard in 3. Featherstone He's going to get that 4. Musgrove is going to be the unlucky man in 5.
First of the women's 17 to 29-year-old cruiser semi-finals goes in and out of turn number 1. Your European number 2 leads it from last year's national champion. So it's Chisua and Drew in that order. Sorted race gear have got 2 ladies looking to qualify through at the moment. They are Olivia Firth and Alexis McCartney. One behind the other, Charlotte Jackson in there in 5, doing all she can to close the gap to McCartney in 4. It looks like McCartney, though, going to hang on to it down the final straight. Jackson doing all she can. McCartney's going to go through.
Second semi for the 17 to 29-year-old females. Anya Mattern Alonso into the first turn. Jetska Hempstock on the inside. Pushes divider from DC Cycles. Molly Nice that little bit higher. That is Isla Radcliffe in there in 4. Is he Hurry in 5? Hurry's got the inside into the turn though and picks up the spot. So Mabel have got a rider in a qualifying position right now. Hurry's on the back of Nice as well. She might pick up another place. In and out of the turn, it's going to be Anya Mattern Alonso, Jetska Hempstock, Isla Radcliffe's going to get the 5.
Penultimate semi-final for block number 1 is led by Sarah Jane Nichols, 30+ women's cruiser. Action in that first corner. Fwan Clements and Anita Wong were banging bows like you would not believe, and Fwan Clements has picked up the advantage as they head into that second corner. SJN, Clements, Wong, that's your order. Who's picking up the 4? That is the 7 of Nikki Sitch. The 5 spot is the 738. That is Susan Farrow. Out of Bad BMX got it all to do as they enter the final straight. It's going to be Sitch though, rounding out the top 4 spots.
Last semi-final, the 30+ female cruiser. Becca Gold, Kim Batsford, 1 and 2 into the turn. Magic Manda in there in 3. Lee Pendleton diving underneath, battling away with Marsha Brook. Brook just trying to get in there. Here comes Josephine Burston as well. Tracy Sharp's in there and Suzanne Jenkins. But with the national champion sleeve on her jersey, Becca Goal in and out of final turn. Goal, Batsford, Hempstock, Lee Pendleton under pressure from Josephine Burston. Pendleton takes it, gets the 4.
10 minutes, ladies and gents. 10 minutes until we go final racing. Make sure you are in the pens, ready and waiting for your finals in 10 minutes time. Thank you.
dangerous. Get dangerous. Shameless. Basic. Shameless. Get dangerous. That's Mike. Get I'm just a moth to your flame. I'm just a moth to your flame. I'm just a moth to your flame. Just a moth to your flame. I'm just a moth to I'm just a moth. I'm just a moth to your flame. I'm just a moth to your flame. I'm just a moth to your flame.
Looks like we are ready to go final racing, ladies and gents. We've got our first few B finals up on top of the hill.
I'm just a moth to your flame.
We are a go for the finals, ladies and gents. 7-year-old B final charging through the first straight. Who's got the speed to take the lead? That looks like the Bristol Jets rider, Isaac Buck. Oh, the move came in turn number 1. The 6:30 leads it out, Billy Late. He's going 1 and 2 with Buck. Who's in there for 3? That looks like Hackney in 4 with Jude Brocky Cox. On the 598 plate, he's rounding out the top 4 spots as it stands. The 701 is in the mix. That's Jackson May out of Sinead's Reed Academy. He's picking up a top 3 spot as it stands, but moves are coming in the final corner. Parker Gray has just gone from 5 to 1, 5 to 3, sorry, in 1 straight. Down the final straight, it's going to be Late taking the win. 8-year-old boys out on track. Lou and Jamira, Rav Racing, Shelby Yates in there in that 2 spots. That looks like SVT Mongoose in there in 3 and 4. That is Harry Taylor. He's currently chasing down the 675. That is a Nico Jocelyn Black out of Bournemouth BMX Club. Yates has made his move to go from 2 to 1. Jamira tried to come back at him in the final turn. Didn't quite make his stick, so it is going to be Yates. Jamira's under pressure down to the line. Who's going to get the 2 spots? Jamira hangs on, Jocelyn Black for 3. 9-year-old girls B final on track. Ruston Racing in the middle of the pack. That is Freya Forrest on the 655. She's in there in about 5 at the moment, chasing down the rider just in front. That is Hattie McGoldrick doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross. The 700 plate in 3. That's Isabella Henry. The 2 spot looks like it could be Madeline Malloy out of the Centurions. But your race leader down the final straight, going to pick up the win for BM Racing. That is Abigail Henning. 9-year-old boys, Frankie Jones on the inside of this one, goes airborne through the first jump, so does Oscar rather fast. He's in there in that 2 spot. Oh, look at the move. He's carved that first turn like a Christmas turkey. Rather fast, Jones in that order. Where's the rider in 3? That is going to be Petter Punchik. being chased down by Atlas Lewisfield into turn number 2. Lewisfield then back there in 4 now. He's being chased on through by a rider out of Telford Flyers. That's Archie Walsgrove. Walsgrove's up to 4 round the outside of Atlas Lewisfield in the final turn. Didn't quite make his stick. Last straight action. Here comes Jones with a late charge to the line. Jones and rather fast across the line. Jones nicks it by literally 2/100ths of a second. 10-year-old boy, he's another Northcott on track. He's in there in that 2 spot doing it for Reactive Racing. Being chased down though is Callum Wood out front. Northcott doing all it can to close the gap down to Wood, not quite close enough at the moment. 2 riders out of MK Evolution in this one. Leo Bridge, Charlie Blakeburn. Looks like it is the 11 of Blakeburn in there for 3, and that's going to be Seb Perry in 4. 11-year-old B final now out on track, the 9 plate leading this one out. Arthur Donaldson, Green Machine Tribe, who's in the 2. Looks like we've got Fluence, Jack Kitching. Oh, it got busy in the turn. Jack Haynes got caught up in the traffic. He's been shuffled back to about 5, 6 or 7 now. The 21 works his way in. Alexi Carlos. Carlos is in there in 3. Dougie Johnson in 4 for MCR, but your race winner going to be Arthur Donaldson. 12-year-old B final out on track then. Into turn number 1, stay strong on the inside, got to be Rex Beasley making moves, but it's the 12 of Carlin Gordon, Tempo BMX UK, leads it into turn number 2, who's in there behind him, looks like Preston Newmarsh Powell, out of Powell Racing, he's picked himself up, dusted himself off from his crash earlier on, and he's up to that 2 spot in behind Carlin Gordon. Last turn action, oh, Pekka BMX getting busy, that was Lucas Tawol. Tawol's been shuffled back to about 5 or 6, it all went wrong in the last turn. Beasley takes 3.
Random start. Right, red, white, green.
13-14 cruisers on track. DC Cycles looking to pick up the whole shot. Leighton Harding, he wanted to be in that A final, but he's leading out the B final at the moment. Who's in there for that 2 spot? The 4 plate of Huey Hall out of Fluid Pascal Motocross. Now looks like Yusuf Al Nasfordham in there in 3. 1 rider exits right on the 2nd straight. That was Max Livingston, your European number 6. He's at the back of the pack, they've got a bit of work to do. Fordham then up to 3, who's in 4. It looks like Nuneaton's Finley Murphy heading down the final straight. He's under pressure from Sam Dolan out of Brookwood Park National Race Team. 13 to 14-year-old cruiser A final lining up on the gate. We've got Louis Sheffy, Charlie Cotton, Adam Arnold, Bodie Markley, Benedict Marco, Harry Swales, Hunter Malion and Oliver Arnold.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, red, white, green.
The first A final of the 2nd day here in Manchester Indoor. Oliver Arnold's looking to lead it into the turn. Arnold going 1 or 2 with Cotton. Hunter Malion's in there in 3. He's under pressure there from Benny Marco, who's looking at the inside into turn 2. Didn't quite jump the double into the turn, so he shuffled back to 5. Adam Arnold's up to 4. Chasing down Malion, but it's all out front. Smiley's Fly Club. Oliver Arnold running away with this one down the last straight. Arnold, Cotton, Malion. That's going to be a 1, 2, 3.
Right, 15-16 cruisers B final. Oh, Freddie Walworth got absolutely caught up in that first turn. Lost all his momentum. They are 4-5 abreast going into turn number 2. Meanwhile, out in front, we are looking at... Who's that? Lucas Smith. Sorry, Luca. Lucas Smith in 1, Bruce Anthony in 2, Jake McKenna in 3, Robin Matten Alonso in 4. 15-16 cruisers, the final. We have Alfie Sim, Newton Hindley, Adam Stevenson, Todd Smith-Notman, Cooper McCrum, Jack Walford, Eric McSwitty and James Cottrell.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, red, white, green.
Cruisers are go. Let's have a look who's going to be the first to rise. We are looking at Cotty heading into the turn. Alfie Sims had a cracking first straight. He's up into about fourth at the moment, threading the needle, chasing down McSwitty into turn number 2. Walford's in there as well. Meanwhile, James Cottrell out in front. W3 heading towards the final turn. In and out we go. Newton Hindley on the back wheel. Walford in 4, Sim in 5, Stevenson in 6.
Tom Millar leads out the 17-29-year-old cruiser B final. In and back out of turn number 1. He's going to 1 and 2 with the 2X of Stanley Palmer, who's in there in 3. Doing it for all of the single ladies out there. John O'Haradine bringing it in and out of turn number 2. Joe Warbridge in there in 4. That looks like Connor Blythe in 5. Last turn action, Millar running away with this one for Moto on Muck-Off Race Team. Palmer in behind in 2. 17-29-year-old cruisers lining up on the gates. We've got Rocky O'Brien, Luke Davies-Hayes, Arne Esselmont, Theo Pope, Pete Watson, Alex Brooks, Daniel Wilson and Charlie Roy.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
Hold on to your hats, people. This one could be a kind of crazy. We've got Charlie Roy on the inside into turn number 1. Wilson's right there as well. Rob racing her in 2 and 3. Alex Brooks just about manages to stay on track. Who's in there in 4? It looks like we've got the 7 of Pope. In and out of that second corner. Roy, Wilson, Brooks in that order. Oh, Alex Brooks, oh my word. Charlie Roy hanging on, Dan Wilson's not done yet. Oh my word. How tight was that? Alex Brooks for 3, Theo Pope in 4.
Right. Are we going to get an update on this cruiser final? Keep your eye on it, Lewis. Lining up 30-39 at cruiser. Ryan Jones, Agro Aliadzans, Chris Hearn, Ash Richardson, Jack Hudson, Martin Brown, John Lillingston and Dan Popo.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
Right, that last cruiser final went to 1,000th of a second. Dan Wilson over Charlie Roy. Meanwhile, back to the 30-39-year-old guys. That looks like Hudson out in front. Popel in there in 2. Martin Smiley Brown in there in 3. Popel's making his move now on Hudson as they go towards the final corner. It's going to be tight. Popel just about squeezes it. Here comes Smiley with the momentum, picking up the 2. Is he going to get the 1? Not quite.
40-44-year-old cruiser being final on track. Andy Groves, SVT Mongoose leads this one out. He's going 1 and 2 with the 208 plate. Joel Marsden, Nuneaton's finest, headed into that second corner. Nottingham Outlaws got a rider in this one. That's Andrew Lockwood. He's in there at about 5 at the moment, chasing down the 19 plate of Nick Lewis in 4. Doing it for the Hawks. In and out of the final corner. Who's going to round out the top 3? That looks like the 14 plate. James Moore's in there for 3. Groves picks up the win. 40-44-year-old cruiser, a final up on the gate. We've got Jake Hemsford, Rob Harris, Matthew Eaton, Grant Yerbury, Ian Smith, Dylan Dixon, Christopher Evans and Kieran McAvoy.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
40-44-year-old cruisers Orago on his return to racing. Kieran McAvoy looks to do the double. In and out of the first corner. McAvoy leads it out. It's the chief of Pies and Pines, Chris Evans in there. Oh, it all nearly went wrong. Dylan Dixon looks to take advantage. Evans just about hangs onto it. McAvoy, Evans, Dixon, that's your 1, 2, 3. Looks like we've got Smith in there for 4. Harris is in 5, Eaton in 6, Kempsford in 7, Yerbury in 8. McAvoy though does it 2 days on the bounce.
As we move to the 9 to 12-year-old cruiser B final, Jenkins, Dean, Jones, Walworth, Jones, Grimm, Barnard and Darley all in this one. The 19 out in front is Thomas Barnard. Where is Emma Dean? She's in there in 2. She's been giving the boys in this class absolute fits. Her laps have been incredible today. Rocco Jenkins in there in 3. King Ron, Ronnie Warwork, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, in and out that final corner. Oh, he's getting caught up. Is he going to hold on to that 4th? Meanwhile, Barnard gets it. Barnard, Dean, Jenkins, and Warwork. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers, the actual final. Josh Bean, Freddie Walsh, Jack Swales, Rory Smythe, Frederick State, Arthur Mason, Rocco Westwood, and Leo Bradley.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the tape.
Here we go, the little cruiser guys heading down the hill. Leo Bradley, Frederick State, right there on the inside. Rory Smythe getting involved as well. Westwood's in there in about 4. Look at him mixing it up, but Leo Bradley out in front right now, already picking up a 2 bike length lead over Frederick State. Westwood's trying to battle with Arthur Mason for that 3rd spot. Meanwhile, Leo Bradley, Rusty not racing, bringing it down to the line. He's going to get the win. State for the 2, Mason for the 3, Westwood for the 4.
45-49 cruisers lining up on the gate for their final. We've got Ross Kennedy, Mark Steele, Andy Todd, Simon Toogood, Jamie Rose, Rich Stevenson, Matthew Trincard, and Norbert Marco.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the tape.
45 to 49-year-old cruisers hit the track. Oh! Stevenson hits the deck and swallows up one other rider. I think that might have been Mark Steele. Put your hands together for those 2 gents, ladies and gentlemen. Norman Marcos checks out from the pack though. Last year's national number 2 looking good. In his DC Cycles kit, headed towards the final turn. Trincard in there in 2. DJ Toogood's in 3. Absolutely flying in and out of that final turn. It's going to be Norbert Marco picking up the win. Ladies and gents, put your hands together for Rich Stevenson and Mark Steele.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the tape.
50 to 54 cruiser, the B final. Stuart Little involved, bicycle motocross on the inside, leading it into turn number 1. People getting mixed up, going over that jump into the first turn. Brett Knight in there in 2, Dominic Elliott in 3, the 4, 6'5", David Bishop in there in 4. Northeast BMX's Mark Franklin rounding out the top 5, Chalkos in 6. Jamie McFarlane in 7. Jan Zerzek in 8. Stuart Little taking the win. 50 to 54 cruiser, the A final. Gary Carver, what a palaver. Mark Cottrell, Darren O'Brien, Pete Butler, Martin Ogden, Stephen Hassel, Alan Hill, and Darren Reedy.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the tape.
Big cruiser boys heading down the hill. This one could be interesting in turn number 1. Alan Hill picking up the whole shot. Reedy in there in 2. Oh, Darren O'Brien carved that corner like a Christmas turkey. Reedy's threading the needle down straight number 2. Hassel's in there looking for a podium spot. Battling with O'Brien, Pete Butler, the beast from the northeast in there in 5. Oggy in 6, dreaming of donuts. In and out the final turn. It's going to be Hill, Reedy, O'Brien, 1, 2, 3, Hassel in 4. Oggy in 5.
55 plus cruisers on track for their B final. It's the Warlock. Look at the move in the turn. The Warlock and Stupple were nearly banging bows. Stupple leads it out. The Warlock's in there in 2. Musgrove's in 3. Where's David Knowles? He's in the mix inside the top 4. Being chased down by Keith Brown out of Team Mine. Stupple started to run away with it into the final corner. Look at Knowles, goes from 4 to 2 in that final turn. Stupple, Knowles, Brown's taking advantage of the chaos and picked himself up a third. 55 plus cruisers up on the start for the A final. We've got Brent Featherstone, Paul Bernard, Steve Notman, Tim Drew, David Lindsay, Chris Madron, Brett Archibald and Stuart Campbell.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
Gate goes down, 55 plus guys are waging war on their 24. Astar Racing, Stu Campbell leads it out. Dave Lindsay's throwing elbows in turn number 1. That looks like the 17 of Paul Bernard. Shuffle back to about 3. Here comes the pressure from Archibald in turn 2. Worked his way from about 5 to 2 in that one corner. So is Campbell, Archibald, Lindsay, 1, 2, 3. In and out of the final corner is going to be Paul Bernard to wrap out the top 4. Stu Campbell, though, take a bow.
Sorry, 13 to, I thought we were going for a B final, that's why I'm waiting. Sorry. Right, 13 to 16 at cruiser final. Isla Young, Sadie McSwitty, Elizabeth Graham, Emily Grimm, Olivia Webb, Paige Cathcart Cunnison, Lottie McFarlane and Ailey Watson.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
The girls are go. What's going to happen as they head down the straight? Ailey Watson's going to pick up a whole shot. Lottie McFarlane in there as well on the inside. Isla Young working away into 4th spot right now. The 764 that belongs to Emily Grimm from Team in there in that 3rd spot. Isla Young working away right around the outside. Good to see her back on track, but Ailey Watson checking out like Lou Littler on a 9-dart finish. She's going to take this one. McFarlane and Young are going to go 2 and 3. I have a feeling it's Paige Cathcart Cunnison for the 4.
17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser B final on track. The 2 retro racing ladies are in the middle of the pack going 3 and 4. That is Willits being chased down by Maloney to bring it into that 2nd turn. Looks like we've got a Pro Star rider in there as well. That is Hannah Hedges, just been shuffled back to 6. But out front, looking good for Charlotte Jackson in the 2 spot, chasing down Isla Radcliffe out of Hot Shot Racing. So it's going to be Radcliffe, Jackson, Willits, Maloney, 1, 2, 3 and 4. 17 to 29-year-old women up on the gate for their A final. We've got Izzy Hurry, Molly Nice, Yetska Hemstock, Alexis McCartney, Olivia Firth, Anya Matten Alonso, Hannah Drew and Lily Chisua.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
Final 27 hits the track. Lily Chisua has been shot out of the cannon, heading for that 1st corner. Your European number 2 leads this one out. Anya Matten Alonso's in about 5 or 6. She's got it all to do. The 2 sorted race gear ladies are going through in 3 and 4 at the moment. That is Firth and McCartney. Hurry looks at the inside of McCartney but didn't quite get close enough. It's Drew in there in 2, chasing Chisua into the final turn. Lily Chisua, Maybo Factory Team UK going to pick up this national win. 2 days on the bounce. Hannah Drew for 2, Firth in 3.
Right, B final for the cruiser ladies. Here we go. Marsha Brook out in front. Josephine Burston in there in 2. The 738. Oh, I always hear a rattle when the ladies go past. I think somebody's hit the floor. 738, 738. Oh, Susan Ferroni in there in that 3rd spot. The 23 is Emily Eilert, Coach Chizzy in there in 5. Pushing to the line, Burston right on Brook as they get to the stripe. Who's going to get it? Josephine Burston just. Wow, wow, wow. 30 plus cruiser ladies, the final. Nicola Sitch, Lee Pendleton, Amanda Hemstock, Nita Wong, Fawn Clements, Kim Batsford, Sarah Jane Nichols, and Rebecca Gold.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
Cruiser ladies getting crazy as they come down the hill. Goal and Nichols heading for turn number 1, and SJ's got a nose out in front at the moment. Batsford in there in 3. That looks like Tima coming through in 4. That's Swan Clements. Nita in there in 5. Nikki Sitch going through in that 6th spot. Lee Pendleton in 7. Magic Manda in 8. Now look at the pressure on SJ going into the final corner. Sarah Becker drag race down the final straight. I think Sarah's going to hold on to it. Takes it at the line. Wow.
6 and unders up on the gate for the A final. Let's get you introduced. We've got Hudson Needle, Tate Brocky Cox, Victor Anderson, Milo Ryder Bays, Ellis Dowsing, Milo Gehring, Maxim Kazoziak, and Rupert Garnett.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
Here we go with the 6 and unders. They're bringing the thunder down the hill and through the first straight. Garnet, Kazoziak, 1 and 2. Looking like Garnet's got the upper hand on the inside. Rupert Garnett, Jump Club S&M Source, he's going 1 and 2 with the Brookwood Park National Race Teams. Maxim Kazoziak, who's in 3. That is Milo Gehring and a decoy. Look at the scrap out front. Kazoziak's coming back. Garnett, Kazoziak, they were elbow to elbow. Into the final turn they go. Kazoziak looks for another high-low. Looking to drag race down the final straight. Garnett checks out at the last second. He's going to pick up the win. Kazoziak, Gehring, Dowsing, 2, 3, and 4.
7-year-old final lining up. Oliver Savage, Freddie Mitchell Moore, Owen Wheater, Albie Howe, Jack Bain, Alejandro Crudo Estevez, Jensen Dighton, Luke Barron.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
Here come the 7-year-olds. Dighton Barron taking to the sky. Jensen working his way into the first turn. Luke's on the inside. Manages to hold him off. Looks like we've got the fluent rider in there in 3. That's Jack Bean. Alejandro's in there in 4. Albie Howe in 5. Wheater in 6. Savage in 7. Mitchell Moore in 8. But Jensen Dight, it looks like he's going to take it into the final turn for Rusty Nut Racing. Luke Barron's doing everything he can to get on the back wheel. And as they bring it to the line, Jensen Dight is going to take the win. Barron for 2, Bird for 3. Oh, Albie's blown a pedal. Has to settle for 6 from 4. Woo! 7-year-old girls up next. Erin Thoros, Evie Steele, Opal Jones, Billy Sawyer, and Maria Gibson, Noah Kerr, Alice Laurie, and Peony Wiggy Ford.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
Girls, 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 heading down the hill. Peony's got a flyer. Alice and Noah are in there as well. 2 and 3 into the turn. The Braintree rider getting out front. Billy Sawyer in there in 4th place, I think, on that 2.75. Oh, it's Erin Thoreau. Sorry, Erin. In there in that 4th place. Meanwhile, Wiggy still at it down that 3rd straight. Alice is doing her absolute best to get on the back wheel. Noah's worked away into that 3rd spot, and Maria in there in 5. But it's gonna be Peony Ford taking it at the line from Alice Laurie, Noah Kerr. Who's gonna get that 4th? Erin Thoros.
8-year-old boys up on the gate for the A final. We've got Henry Dodd, Leon Kazoziak, Oliver Bridle, Robert Catskins, Arthur Kinch, Sanders Horns, Charlie Bromilo, and Isaac Tomlinson.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
Gate goes down, the 8-year-old boys hit the track. check out that start from Fluid Bicycle Motocross. Isaac Tomlinson leads it into turn number 1. Bridle's right there with him. Bromelo's in there for 3. Catkins in 4. That looks like Kinge in there for 5. They're bringing it through the second straight. Catkins looking to dive up the inside. Oh, they're banging bows. Catkins and Bromelo, but the battle looks like it's going to come out front. Here comes Bridle round the outside. Can he make it stick? Bridle goes from 2 to 1. So, in and out of the final turn, Tomlinson got it all to do now to catch Bridle down to the line. It's going to be Oliver Bridle, Isaac Tomlinson, Roberts Catkins just about hangs on to a podium spot.
Right, 9-year-old girls lining up for the final. Try again, Rich. Flick Brentnall, Mabel Pine, Sophia Rees, Olaf Dewis, Esme Anderson, Matilda Hewitt, Izzy Moore, and Maggie Devine.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the game.
9-year-old girls heading down the hill. Maggie Devine on the inside. Matilda Hewitt's in there as well. And Izzy Moore, that is your 1, 2, 3 into the turn. Sophia Rees in there in 4. Esme in 5. Mabel in 6. Olaf in 7. And Flick going through in 8. But Mabel bikes. Maggie Devine took the win yesterday. She's looking for another one today. Making it 2 from 2. In and out the final turn, about to pass her teammates. They're going to shout her on. She's going to take the win. Matilda Hewitt, Izzy Moore, Sophia Rees. That's your 1, 2, 3, and 4. Nine-year-old boys up next. Jude Shearer, Jack Taylor, Charlie Crossley, Rudy Pleasance Ford, Joseph Claydon, Logan Acito, Archie Fisher, and Mr. Teddy Gorman.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the game.
9-year-old boys, this is going to be an absolute banger of a final. Archie Fisher, Teddy Gorman. Oh, one rider down. That was Jude Shearer from Cumbernauld hitting the deck. Gorman in 2, Clayton in 3. Logan Acito in there in 4. Rudy Pleasance Ford in 5. Fisher holding it on for crucial BMX. Gorman's chasing him down into the final corner. Has he got anything for him? Drag race down the final straight. Fisher, here comes Gorman, pushing as hard as he can. Can he get there? No, he can't. Claydon Acito, Pleasance Ford. Jude's picked himself up. Let's hope he's all right. He's walking away.
Ten-year-olds are lining up on the start. Let's get you introduced. We've got Alexander Gilbert, Jake Avis, Christian Garbachik, Dominic Zapanos, Alex Vitos, Oakley Hill, Antek Perebny, and Big Hen Sullivan.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the game.
Oh, someone switched a little bit early. I think Oakley Hill might have done that, but it's looking like Big Hens and Antek Perebny are going 1 and 2. Oakley Hill, what a recovery. One rider hits the deck. That was Alex Vitos. Let's hope that he's all right. That's got to be Hill up to 3 then, as we bring it into turn number 2. Big Hens, Antek Perebny in and out of turn number 2. Look at this for a race, ladies and gents. Your national champion, your world number 3. Big Hen Sullivan out of the final turn. Gonna make it 2 for 2 so far in 2026. And that's how you take victory in an A final. 10-year-old girls are lining up on the start for the A final. We've got Pananija Castro-Lack, Layla Dixon, Alton Moore, Lauren Snell, Amika Gibson, Ella Grant, Maisie Dyson and Phoebe Millar.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the game.
These here 10-year-old girls heading for the first turn. One rider goes airborne through the first jump. Check her out, your European number 8. Ella Grant leads it out. It looks like we've lost Maisie Dyson on the first straight. She's up to her feet. It is Grant then leading it out. Who's there with her? Got to be Phoebe Millar, last year's national champion, who's picking up the 3. That looks like it is Exeter. Bringing it down all to more. Here comes Millar around the outside, going from 2 to 1. Has Grant got enough left in the tank to come back at her? It's going to be Millar, Grant, Moore. That's your 1, 2, 3. Gibson in 4.
11-year-old boys up on the gate. Tobias Groves, Seth Kacharik, Jesse Rose, Thomas Giles, Rex Ford, Aidan Baptiste, Charlie Dowsing and Ethan Shaw.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the game.
Here come the 11s in the final. Looks like Ethan Shaw on the inside. That is Thomas Giles in the middle. Totally missed him then, sorry Thomas. Rex and Aidan 2 and 3. Thomas in 4, Seth in 5. Tobias in there in 6, but Ethan Shaw, see ya, wouldn't want to be ya, leading him into that final turn. It's going to be Pro Styles Ethan Shaw taking it to the line, taking another win. Rex Ford in 2, Aidan Baptiste in 3. Thomas Giles, I think, just hung on for 4. 11-year-old girls, Abby Graham, Arabella Denton, Emma Dean, Rosie Geddes, Molly Tomlinson, Florence Dyson, Agnes Lamb and Holly Bishop.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the game.
The girls are go. Agnes Lamb's got an absolute flyer. Holly Bishop's right there looking for a way round. And the Bradford rider getting involved as well. So, in and out of the turn. Agnes holding on by half a wheel, but she's got the W8 right there with her. Abby Graham getting involved. Florence Dyson in there in that 3rd spot. Emma Dean in 5. Holly's made her move and taken the lead. So, Holly Bishop, Halo Wheels Factory team, taking it to the line, picking up the win. Agnes Florence, 2 and 3. Abby Graham picking up the 4. Oh, sorry, Arabella Denton.
12-year-old boys up on the gate for their final. We've got Ronnie Wood, Isaac Moore, Edward Cordery, Arthur Claydon, Benny Jackson, Jacob Anderson, Connor Hemphill and Finn Munro.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the game.
Final 40, the 12-year-olds are a go. Your world number 8, looking to pick it up into the turn. Where's the British champ? That's Connor Hemphill. He's worked his way into 3, just slotted in behind Finn Munro, who's dropped his way into 2. That looks like Benny Jackson in there for 4. Ronnie, the land shot. Wood is in 5. Anderson though out front. Can Munro catch him into the final turn? Jacob Anderson, Finn Munro, Connor Hemphill. That's your 1, 2, 3 down the final straight. That's how they're going to stay. 12-year-old girls are lining up on the start of the final of block number 1. Lining up, we've got Ellie Beats, Rachel Pritchard, Maisie Egan, Bonnie Dudley, Grace Hudak, Trixie Trays, Freya Montfort and Betty Wills.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the game.
The gate goes down, the 12-year-old girls are a go. That looks like Pro Start on the inside, your world number 4. Betty Wills leads it into that first corner and back out again. She's being chased down by last year's national number 2, that's Trixie Trees. Doing it for Evolve Collective. Where is her teammate Bonnie Dudley? She's in there in 5 at the moment. Chasing down Sorted Race Gears, Freya Montfort. Grace Hudak, your European number 4's in there in 3. But can anyone catch Betty Wills? I don't think so. In and out of that last turn she goes and down the last straight. She's going to wrap up another national win. Wills, Trays, Hudak, that's your 1, 2 and 3. Block 1 is done, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back later on for more action from block number 2.